Back to the second portion of our morning presentation. This will be a little shorter, so lunch is around the corner. I want to introduce you to a couple of our builder presentations. We will have 3 coming up in this segment. The first is from Lightning Bounties, and you see the 2 co-founders next to me. Close to me is Enrique, and next to him is Mike from Boston. They, I believe I'm correct saying you met at MIT?
Yes.
Yes. Interesting, so maybe they will tell you more about that. They just got started with Lightning Bounties 5 months ago in April, so I think you'll get to hear a lot about or what they have achieved. But they would like to be the Bitcoin-powered bug bounty platform. So the Bitcoin bug bounty platform. I'm going to try and say that faster, but probably get tongue-tied, so let's just turn it over to the pros. Here we go.
Hello, hi guys, hi. Thank you everybody for being here. We are very excited to show you what Lightning Bounties. We aim to transform the software development collaboration, and we are just very excited for your time, for listening to us, and we want to show you the platform. I'm going to start a little bit with the introduction about myself. I'm Enrique Gamboa. I'm originally from Mexico City. I was just raised and born in the neighborhood just right next door. It's called Tlatelolco. So if you guys notice, I have like thick accent. If you cannot understand me, please raise your hand. I'm going to be very happy just to explain myself again. But a little bit about my background. I studied computer science here in Mexico, and then I started my journey. I moved to the United States 10 years ago, and I've been there since the past 10 years. I'm currently living in Boston. I did my master's in data science, so I've been coding for the past 10 years, more or less. But something that really moves me, something that I'm very excited about, is about Bitcoin. It's about blockchain and technology. I think that I have a responsibility to bring technology to Mexico, and so I'm very happy that Jopac and PlebLab and all the sponsors are right now doing this, because if something needs Mexico and Latin America, is technology, and specifically blockchain can change things for good. So I'm very excited that I'm here standing up to you. My parents, my family is right now listening to this, so gracias, muchas gracias, mamá, papá, hermano, Cami. Now I'm just gonna kick this out to Mike. He's gonna present the rest of the team.
Beautifully said, Enrique. Hello everyone. My name's Mike Abramo. I'm from Boston. I don't really have as cool or as accredited background as Enrique over here. I kind of just think of myself more as kind of like an average Joe. I probably got into crypto like the worst way imaginable. Basically just investing in all these, really dumb altcoins, whatever the YouTubers were showing at the time. I bought it and definitely didn't make any money. However, after all of that, I somehow got a job doing tokenomics research and consulting. It's kind of funny how, things turn out. Anyways, while I was doing the tokenomics research, I really wanted to, better understand the development aspects of this entire niche. So I started to teach myself how to code, and that's actually where I met Enrique and the rest of our co-founders, just going to local hacker spaces and just learning from each other. As you see here, it's just me and Enrique here, but we have 2 other co-founders, and these 2 are, the real brains behind Lightning Bounties. They do a lot of the back-end development, the development in general, and just make everything run really smoothly. So they're watching over us right now, making sure me and Enrique don't mess anything up. So let me start with Pavel over here. So Pavel is the youngest out of us, but he perhaps has the most coding experience out of any of us. He does a lot of the back-end infrastructure, a lot of the security, the GitHub authorizations, and he's been coding since he was age 13. Mind you, he was coding for fun at age 13, so I'll just leave it at that. That's Pavel, he's a great guy. And then we have Will Sutton. So Will is 100% responsible for Orange Pill and me and Enrique. me and Enrique are kind of, we started off developing on Ethereum-based applications. And then Will was always the Bitcoin maxi, and he would always show us really cool Lightning apps. Like Stacker News, Noster, and even introduced us to PlebLab. And then I still remember that day. It was about like 5 months ago. What did Will texted us? What was that, like 11:30 at night on a Wednesday? Yeah, what was he doing? He texted us at 11:30 at night. He's like, Enrique or Mike, it's the exact same message, right? MIT Bitcoin Hackathon, Friday, 6 p.m. See you there. I was like, all right, I guess we got plans for the weekend. Well, anyways, we started going. We ended up going. I thought it was just going to be like a fun event where we just hang out, catch up, hang out with fellow Bitcoiners. We ended up becoming something a little bit more. We ended up taking home the entire prize. And that's just basically a little bit of background about Lightning Bounties. And I'm going to throw it over to Enrique to talk about the entire idea behind it.
Thank you, Mike. So, as Mike said, this idea came out from a hackathon. We won the first prize, and after we got such a good feedback, we decided that we needed to take this idea into one company. We think we can bring a lot of value, not just for software development, but in general to the world. And this diagram explain in a very minimalistic way what is Lightning Bounties. We're using a collaboration tool. In this case, we are based on GitHub, and we are using the Lightning Network to create international payments. That equals to Lightning Bounties. We incentivize collaboration. We see it different ways. I like to see this as the Airbnb or the Uber of software developers. Mike sees those more like a Tinder for software development. But the thing here is like we want to connect organizations that have GitHub or projects on open source with developers all over the world. Enabling international payments, we can open this in a major scale. With that being said, I'm gonna just jump into the next slide when we're gonna talk about a little bit about the customer targets for Lightning Bounties.
Tinder, really? I made you match it. Anyways, all right. So we noticed by like analyzing other bug bounty platforms that bug bounty platforms that kind of specialize in a certain niche, let's just say design ones, will attract artists. So what do you expect from Lightning Bounties? What type of bounties will you see in the future? What type of bounties can you see now? So you'll have anything from your traditional bug bounties, like, hey, I have an e-commerce site and I want to add a search function, search by sweater color rather than just by the product name or something like that. That would be an enhancement, and that's something that, somebody who's been developing for a couple years could be able to successfully fix. We also have, specialty bug bounties, so like think of something that is critical infrastructure, which you'll see a lot in like Ethereum smart contracts, where it's just mission critical. The bug needs to get fixed as soon as possible before people lose a lot of funds. And we already have some of those types of talent that's already been solving bugs on Lightning Bounties. But even if you're not like the most technical minded and you don't know how to code that well, we have bounties for everybody, really, because if you have the time and if you have the passion and you want to learn, you should be able to contribute to open source. And Lightning Bounties, we really want to welcome that, So we could think of things like, art and design. Me personally, I've been, doing a lot of the design work, and I'm just learning on the job and everything, and making videos, content. Those are all things that I would rather, just streamline to somebody more talented and save myself a lot more time so I could, go to more Bitcoin meetups and, learn a lot more about this awesome infrastructure. So that's something that you'll be seeing in our Lightning Bounties platform. And also just little things like documentation, like that is something that is always a good first issue. I remember when I was learning the code, I would just continuously research the documentation, and I would always see just little tiny typos and everything, but I didn't know how to contribute to fix those. So I think that's like a good way to get your feet wet, and that's something that we will constantly be evolving. And that's not only with the Lightning Bounties, but for every project out there. I think they can all relate to, how much of a stress it can be to update documentation. So yeah, Enrique will show you guys how it works.
Thank you, Mike. So as Mike explained it, on the past slides, we have some use cases of how Lightning Bounties can be used, right? But on Lightning Bounties, we're targeting two types of users specifically. The bounty posters, which can be any of the companies that you see on the left side, can be, I don't know, contributions for any open source projects such as Hugging Face or Linux or PyTorch, any issue or any new thing that you want to add to the open source project, right? Or it can be anybody that has a GitHub open repo, like most of the companies that today are presenting here on the startup day, they might have an open repo. So all these users fit into our platform. And the way it works is super easy. We are utilizing the GitHub functionality. So you just create one issue on GitHub, copy paste that issue, post it in our platform, and then you just add the amount of sats, in this case the reward that you want this bug or this issue to be fixed, right? That brings me to the other type of users, which are developers. Developers from all over the world enabling Bitcoin as payment. They can just come and participate into this network. And the way it works is very easy. They will just go to Lightning Bounties. They will look all the bounties that are available. They're gonna pick the one that they are more easy for them to develop. After they do that, they will just work on the code, create a pull request on GitHub, and when the pull requests get approved by the admin of the repo, automatically they will get one notification by GitHub. Then they can go to the platform and then just claim the reward on sats. So all these steps are going to be way more easier, and for you guys are going to be more clear. We have a live demo for you to show you. Very simple, very quick. And this is right now our current production application. It's app.lightningbounties.com. You guys can scan this QR code and we'll take you to the platform as well. So with that being said, I'm just gonna kick really quick the live demo. So for the live demo, we were thinking something very simple, right? So we have this website. It's a very simple website. It's just HTML and CSS. The website has Viva Mexico and some images and logos from the partnership of today. So I'm just gonna play two roles for you guys to understand me. Right now, I'm gonna be the admin of the repo, the guy who needs code, and I'm gonna be also the developer, the guy who actually wants to work on this, right? So I'm gonna be like, all right, I have already right here my repository. This is my personal repository where I have this code. It's just a simple HTML and CSS, if you guys are familiar with that. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create one issue. I have already my notes prepared, so let me just get back here. I'm gonna create a new issue. The new issue is going to be change the website as title. Then the description is going to be, please change the title of the website from Viva Mexico to Viva Bitcoin, right? And the way that I'm gonna do it is, I'm just gonna actually make sure that for the developer, it's easy enough to understand, and I will just add a little, hint of what is exactly what I wanna change. So I'm gonna change this. I'm just gonna paste it back into my GitHub issue. And that's it, right? I automatically am able to just see the issue here. It's a simple issue. You will find plenty of this into GitHub. So now let's go back to my platform. This is Lightning Bounties. Lightning Bounties integrates with GitHub in many ways. Even the way that you can get access to this platform is just connecting directly here. So we have the integration ready. So you guys are gonna be able how easily you just can connect. It's asking me for permission. And now it's telling me, I'm going to give you a little bit of a walkthrough of the platform. You guys can see here different bounties that have been posted. Some of them have been like already rewarded. And something that is very cool is that we enable crowdfunding. So meaning that not just one person can post a reward for one issue, but many of them. So we want to create a community that can help these issues. So with that being said, it's pretty simple. Right now, this is an MVP. And what we have here is just on the feed, just the issues, what developers can work on. Me, as the guy who needs code, I'm gonna just show you how to deposit some sats. Let's say I'm gonna just add 1,000 sats. So behind the hood, we're utilizing the Lightning Network, which just create one invoice. So I'm gonna use my favorite wallet. In this case, I use Breeze. And I'm just going to open my Breeze wallet. I'm just gonna scan this QR code. And notice how right now I have 2,000 sats. One quick second. I have 2,000 sats. I'm processing right now the payment. The payment was approved, and now I have 3,000 sats. It's pretty simple. Like all the payment system is already embedded. And if I go to my payment history, I can see how I add 1,000 sats. So now that I have enough sats, let's post this issue that I need to be fixed here. So I just paste it here, and let's say I'm gonna add 500 sats for whoever wants to fix this, right? That's it, simple enough. Now, our issue, it's posted in our platform. Now, I'm gonna switch gears, and I'm gonna turn into the developer, right? Now, I'm the developer. You guys can see this is a completely different account. It has a green skull. And me, the developer, I'm already signing here. So you guys can, I can come here and see which are the bounties that have been posted. So me, the developer, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna be like, all right, this doesn't look that bad. Like just change Viva Mexico for Viva Bitcoin. Easy peasy, I can make that shit, right? So then I'm just gonna come here. I'm just gonna open here, and that's gonna take me to the GitHub. So on the GitHub, automatically, I'm gonna be able to see the main repo. So I'm gonna walk you, if you guys are not that familiar, I'm gonna be very explicit on how the developer will fix this. The first thing that we'll do is fork the repo, meaning that I'm making mine this repo, right? Me, the developer. Now I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna come back to my index, and I'm gonna just utilize the GitHub functionality, right? So I'm gonna come here, and I'm gonna say Viva, oops, I'm sorry. I missed one step. And the step was sync the fork with the latest code, right? So I sync the code, now I have the latest code. I was doing some demos earlier. So when I come here, I'm gonna be able to see Viva Mexico. So I'm just gonna change this to Viva Bitcoin, right? I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna commit my changes, and I'm the developer, remember guys. Right now I'm the guy who's working on this bounty. So after I finish my change of codes, I'm gonna just come here and I'm gonna create a new pull request. And I'm gonna just tell to the guy who posed this issue, hey dude, the code has been fixed. And then I'm gonna say close the number 18. This is the latest issue that I'm creating. So now I'm just creating the pull request, and again I'm gonna switch a little bit like between personas here. Me, the developer, just push the changes to the main repo owner. So the main repo owner, if I go back, he just got one pull request, and the pull request is like from the developer, right? Hey, dude, the code has been fixed. So me, the admin, I'm gonna just come back, see the code, and he's like, yeah, he changed it from Viva Mexico to Viva Bitcoin. That's exactly what I want. So perfect, let's accept this. So I'm just gonna come here, merge the pull request. I'm gonna say, yes, this is exactly what I want. So now let's see the website. So if I refresh my website, there you
Viva
go.
Bitcoin!
Viva Bitcoin! Now we have this change, right? We have made this change exactly as I wanted it. Now the developer can come and say, hell yeah, this is exactly what I wanted it. Now I can get regarded in sats. So I noticed that my pull request is at 19, so I'm gonna switch back into the developer mode. Now I'm the developer again, getting back here, and I'm gonna be like, hey, give me these 500 sats. Right now I have just 10. So I'm just gonna be here. I'm just gonna make sure which was the pull request, is the number 19. So you just have to say here, I did the pull request 19. And that's it. Automatically, I get these sats. And if you guys see, now my payment went from 10 sats to 510 sats. So pretty much that's it with the demo. I don't want to bore you guys with more technical stuff. I'm just going to continue with the presentation where Mike is going to explain why Lightning Bounties is different than another bounty platform.
Jeez. All right. Wow. That was impressive. Can we give it up for Enrique? Well, God. Oh man, I can't follow that up. Thanks, Enrique. So basically, as you can see from Enrique's demo, Lightning Bounties is designed to be as easy to use as possible. We really leverage GitHub to use their existing workflows as much as possible. That's where 99.9% of developers collaborate on. And with Lightning Bounties, you just got to go to app.lightningbounties.com. Copy and paste that URL issue, copy and paste the URL of the issue on your repo, and then just set the amount of sats that you want to pay to have that issue resolved. And then just bounty hunters from all over the world will be able to, work on the code. And then once a solution is found, you accept the pull request, and the satoshis, the sats, get directly deposited into that wallet. It's no need to wait for banks, no need to wait, high transaction fees, nothing like that. And one of the other things that we really want to highlight that Enrique touched on earlier in the demo is just the crowdfunding aspect. We really do believe that this is really important, especially because there's a lot of critical infrastructure, especially in the open source community repos, that need more attention, but the lack of funding is kind of just unsustainable for them. So this is just kind of a way in which a whole community could just throw a certain amount of sats together and just try to get the issue to be fixed more accelerated. The more sats on an issue, the more eyeballs are going to see it, and the more bounty hunters that are going to go and try to fix that code. And then lastly, our co-founder Pavel and Enrique really, I think this is real. Open source is cool, guys. So contributing in open source is really, really badass. How do I say this? I notice in other bug bounty platforms, there'll be a top 5 bounty hunters, and then they're solving all these codes, and everybody knows them by their bounty hunter name, their tag name, and they get so many. That just opens up so many opportunities, so many doors for them for future opportunity, for jobs and for future bounties, and in turn, projects that post on bug bounty platforms or Lightning, our platform as well, will have instant access to these talented developers, in which they can have direct access to have them, for other opportunities, whether it's jobs, freelance work, fixing future bounties, So it's kind of just like this self-sustaining ecosystem while propping up, the Lightning Network and open source development. So, that's kind of the way, we really see this entire flywheel going around. So I'll kick it over to Enrique and let you guys know how you guys can contribute.
Thanks, Mike. So we're just approaching to the end of the presentation. At this point, I want to ask you guys, everybody here in the audience, for some help. We four of us, we're bootstrapping this company since we started it. So we are requiring so many things. The first thing is feedback. We want feedback from you. We want to know what you think about this. That is going to be goal for us because nothing is going to stop us right now. We're going to keep working on Lightning Bounties. The second thing we're looking is partnerships and collaborations. As the same way we're bootstrapping this, it's difficult right now to keep up with everything. We would like to work with somebody, get some partnership. Can be monetary, can be financial, can be even like somebody has issues with their code. Post these issues within our platform. We would love to connect you with the right developer for you to get this issue, fixed. Finally, Mike is going to tell a little bit about more about the collaboration.
Thanks, Enrique. Yeah, there's multiple ways to support Lightning Bounties. Like Enrique said, we're just some guys that are just bootstrapping this. But if you're interested in funding open source repos or just trying to expedite bug fixes, you can always just copy and paste the issue URL and post it on Lightning Bounties, and then just fund it with the amount of sats that you'd like. And also, just because we know that not everybody has a GitHub or doesn't have the time to go through all these things, we actually even have a form, like a physical paper form that I have in my backpack over there that you could just fill out, just the amount of, what the project is. And, if you guys are interested in that or want to learn anything further, feel free to, talk to Enrique or myself. We're going to be here all weekend. And for those of you at home watching on YouTube, feel free to just email us at founders@lightningbounties.com.
Well, with that being said, we just want to say gracias. Thank you so much for your attention and your time. We really appreciate that. And if you guys have any questions, we want to open the floor for you guys just to answer anything that you are curious about.
We've got a question.
One thing I didn't quite get is if it's only the developers that can post the bounty. Like, for example, if I want to donate some sats to some change in Bitcoin, like Dandelion or whatever, that is sort of has been discussed, but nobody's working on it maybe, and I want to donate some sats to that. Can I start that initiative, or does one of the core developers have to post it, or how would that work?
You got this? I got this one.
All right. So so if I heard it correctly, so is this like for a bug fix, or is it just donating directly to like an open source initiative?
No, specific fix.
Oh, so there's two ways of doing that. So you'll be able to usually on GitHub, they'll have an issue URL for people to fix with extensive documentation. And the cool thing about Lightning Bounties is you just be able to copy and paste that URL link, and then just on our platform, and then put in the amount denominated in sats and how much you'd like to put towards that fix. So when a bounty hunter comes and sees that reward, once that project's owners see that and they're like, okay, they fixed the solution, they'll merge the pull request and they'll instantly get your generous donation.
Let me add something. Just adding to that, so basically if whatever you want to put the reward on is on GitHub, it's possible to do it.
Hey guys, congrats on what you built. So I've seen a lot of bounties projects come out. I think you touched on how you're differentiating, but could you maybe share what are the problems with other bounties programs that are, where they're insufficient, maybe other ones that you've studied and how you're trying to build off that?
Perfect, Mike, we'll get this one.
Oh yeah. So there's quite a few problems with bug bounty platforms. What do I like?
Top 2, top 3, I don't know.
Let's see. So the high barrier for entry for a lot of bug bounty platforms, you go to some of the really most popular ones in Web3, Immunify, You know, it just seems as though that those bounties, there's not a lot of good first issues. There's not a lot of like, you know, like documentation fixes. They're a lot more like smart contract related. Me as a smart contract developer, yeah, it took me like about a year and a half, 2 years to even grasp, you know, how to make my own smart contracts. And that's the majority of them on Immunify. So that's one problem. And then another one is just with the, let's just talk about like traditional Web 2 platforms, like BugCrowd, HackerOne. They're American based, right? So when you participate in them, like, yes, let's just say you're from Mexico, India, wherever, you're able to still participate. However, by the time that you fix the code, and you get your money, you're gonna have to get that US dollars, that currency denominated in US dollar, you're gonna have to have it wired over to your country, which could take 3 to 5 days. And in between there could be holdups and financial restraints like banking fees, like banking fees and just wire transfer fees, remittance fees. And lastly, that could take 3 to 5 days, maybe, sometimes even weeks. And there's just a lot of, it just seems like the way that open source development is, where it's just free and borderless for the world, the same way Bitcoin is, like we want to just kind of make that the same for bug bounty platforms.
I want to add something else. Just adding to your question, something that makes us different, it's, by my point of view, 2 things. First, it's very easy to use. We are utilizing GitHub, so we are not reinventing the wheel. A GitHub issue is a GitHub issue. So we are not like making any other logic or any other system behind it. Just we are building on top of GitHub. That makes it very easy.
You're keeping it simple.
And exactly. And another thing that makes us completely different, and I think is a very cool feature, is that we crowdfund, right? Like, meaning that not just one person is going to post like a issue, like a reward on this issue, right? It can be 1 person, can be 5 person, can be a complete community that really wants this feature be available, or just a fix. You know what I mean? So that's what I think.
Thanks, guys.
Any other questions before we move on? All right, let's give them one more round of applause. Saru, do you have any, do you have laptops up? Okay. Saru has been working in and outside of PlebLab for a couple of years now, so we know him really well, and he's a very active participant in our builder-developer community. He is going to be presenting today his project on orange metrics. We have one more presentation after this, and then we will break for lunch.
Yeah, sure.
All right, just a few more minutes. Thank you all for your patience, and again, thank you for attending today. We do hope that you'll take notice of the banner over here on the left side of the room. Those are our sponsors that help make today possible. A lot of heavy lifting with Yopaki. Of course, they're local, so that helps out a little bit. But certainly we appreciate all of our sponsors. If you'll give them a shout out on social media. We are streaming right now on Twitter, so you might want to repost that and share that so people know where to watch. And then of course over here on the right side of the room, we have all of our participants, and you can find their socials and promote them. Last but not least, I will mention again, Sean is our right-hand guy today on the audiovisual, making sure that things are not only able to be seen and heard in this room, but beyond. So thank you for that. Is Orange Metrics ready to go?
Yeah, ready to go, yeah.
Looks like we're going to talk about Bitcoin's data platform.
Yeah.
Soru, take it away.
Yeah. So first of all, congrats to Lightning Bounties. And congrats to Lightning Bounties. And at one level, what I am trying to build, I consider all the companies that are building on Bitcoin as my client. So my Uber use case would be that everyone uses my analytical platform to do their data analysis and business decisions. So that's what it is. Okay, and this is my first visit to Mexico, and thanks to everyone. And so far, I have been enjoying my visit here. So I came here last week, and when I came out of airport, I felt like that I was in New Delhi, looking at all these buildings and traffic and everything. And then I have a bad habit of breathing from my mouth sometime. I breathed and I felt the dust. Then I knew that it is New Delhi. So, so at one level, I really love Mexico so far. And when I'm looking at Mexico, I'm looking at their history, modern, like it has everything. So to me, it feels like if some Mexico guy tells me that Mexico is one of the greatest city in whole America, I am not going to dispute that. I would take your word for that. So that's, Okay, so first we will go through what we are building and why are we building, right? So first why we are building and then what we are building. And then I have a couple of open source projects that I need help on. So I would like you to tell family and friends about it so that they can help me, and yeah. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about myself. First, I want to talk about the work, and later on, I will talk about my experience and what I have done in past. Okay, so people who may not be familiar with Lightning, you may not know that this is a question that people have been thinking about for some time. So recently, Bitcoin fee was super high, and a lot of Lightning channel got closed. And in my mind, I thought I want to get data around that how Bitcoin fee changes and how many Lightning channel gets closed. And when I start looking at the data, I feel like that there is a lot of work you need to do that work. And at one level, the kind of work you need to do is more of a very hardcore software engineering job. And if you think of software engineering and data analyst, it's not necessarily that everyone is both software engineer and data analyst. And that is the reason that I'm building that platform. So I won't go through detail of all the steps that you need to do this analysis, but it's a lot of work. And people who are in this space, they know that there is a work, and yeah. Okay, so and now if I add additional question to it, right? So Lightning channel closure because of Bitcoin fee, and now I want to know by Lightning implementation. It's very hard question to do it. And I would say that people who are experienced also, they may take months to do it. And the platform that I'm trying to build, my goal is that how anyone who with only data analysis skill, like SQL or understanding of data, they are able to do it within an hour or so. That would be like very goal after a year, but that's where I want to go to be. Okay. So again, one more example. Recently, so this guy is quite famous. People who are in this space, you may know him, right? And he is quite popular when it comes to Bitcoin and data analysis. So I looked at one of his analysis he did, and it was praised. So he looked at Bitcoin miners, and he had a question around, could there be a collusion between Bitcoin miners? And he tried to look at data and figure out what's going on. And when I looked at his thread, it seemed like he had that intuition around this question in April. And today is September. Last week, he came up with this analysis. And this guy has been in this space for a long time, and one of the, you could say, top guys in Bitcoin data space. And for him, it took 4 months to do it analysis. I know that he might be doing some other things also, but it took a long time. And how do we create a platform where we can do this kind of analysis quickly? And we can have more of this kind of guy, because he is both software engineer and analyst. And now, if we have only analysts, they may not be able to do it because it's a lot of work, lot of software engineering work. So that is what the platform I'm trying to build. Okay, so this is summary of what we have discussed so far. So an analyst with a standard set of analyst skill, for them to contribute to Bitcoin data ecosystem is not easy. Any of you are from data analyst background? Yeah, how many years of experience you have? 3 or 4 years. Okay, and you are software engineer also? Yeah, it looked like, yeah. So I have been into this space for a long time, right? And I would say, like pretty senior level also in data analysis, almost 15 to 20 years. So when I started my career as a software engineer, and then mostly in data analysis, product growth kind of work. And with time, I lost my technical skills. I was using mostly spreadsheet, right, presentation, and in some cases SQL. And I was not using GitHub also, because when you work in big organization, you are not using GitHub. So for me, when I look at any analysis, I find it very simple. Like I look at this analysis, in my mind, I can think of that I can do it in 30 minutes. But getting data is a big challenge. And when I came into this space, it seemed that how do you get all the data? How do you manipulate the data? How do you make it useful? That's a big task. So yeah. And okay, so this is like a standard statement, right? Anytime you are doing analysis, if you are trying to get data from raw data, 60 to 90% of task is building a useful data set, right? And if you are able to create a useful data set, and so that becomes reusable. So that's the basic idea here. Okay, so I thought, okay, yeah, so this is irony, right? Data is available. If you think of Bitcoin is open source, everything is transparent. Even though data is available, but at one level it's not available to everyone because you need to do a lot of hard work to make it useful. Okay, so I thought of this statement, then I asked ChatGPT that give me some good statement to explain this point. So I got this one. Oh, not this one, okay. So I was talking to someone, and then I thought, what if they are not from technical field? They won't understand what I'm trying to convey. So this I got in the morning from ChatGPT, explained to me in layman terms. So this is what I got. I don't know if all of you agree with this or not, but it makes sense, right? That if you don't have to grow your own ingredient all the time. So we have to reuse that work. Okay, so this is my Bitcoin data platform. So we would have Bitcoin blockchain data, right? Lightning network, layer 2 solutions, and I'm calling it here Web 2 data, but with time it would have data around Nostr, GitHub activity, and at one level I've started pulling GitHub activity of the developers also. So all kind of data. Then you get all that data and then try to create new variables out of it so that it's more useful to everyone, right? And that would be my value add to all that data, all the cleaning and all that stuff. And then there is a platform where you can create reports and dashboards. The platform would look like this. So again, if you have been into this space, you may have seen this kind of interface, right? All these reporting system have similar interface. So it would be very simple, like drag and drop, you can create reports. And if you want very complicated reports, very custom reports, then you can write your own SQL queries. Yeah, so you can write SQL queries and you will get output. You can push it in, you can share it in Twitter, Nostr, anywhere. Okay, so now I would talk about my open source project. I will open it and then I will show it. Okay, yeah. Center. Okay. It's too small, right? Okay. So I thought that if all of us should get something out of this presentation, I talked about what I'm trying to build. So now we know Lightning is like a layer 2 for Bitcoin, and the purpose is to scale Bitcoin, make Bitcoin faster, right? Because Bitcoin can't scale. You can't scale Bitcoin if you are using only Bitcoin blockchain. So this is high-level metric of Bitcoin, of Lightning networks. And before that, my goal for creating this open source project is, a lot of you may have seen the movie Margin Call, right? You have seen the movie Margin Call? So there was a very good statement there, very realistic statement. So the most senior guy, when he comes, he says, I want, so explain to me like you are explaining to a dog, golden retriever, right? So my goal for this dashboard is to make it so simple that anyone can understand what's going on with Lightning Network. And right now I may not be there, but that would come with feedback, right? So, okay, so in Lightning Network, we got close to 12,000 active nodes. And we got close to 5,000 Bitcoin in the network. And channel is close to 48,000. I'm talking about all active nodes and active channels. And nodes and channel concept, I may not get into detail because it will take a lot of time. But at least, and there are a lot of metric I already got, but it would take hours if we start going to all these data and metrics. So I may not go into all, but I would explain a new metric that I have created. And I feel like people who are not into Bitcoin also may understand that because I have made it easier to understand. Okay, so I have created a metric, transaction fee, effective fee rate in BIPs. People who are in finance, they may know BIPs, right? So in general, if you think of credit card, debit card, there is two fee, fixed rate and variable rate, right? In Lightning also there is two fee, base rate and variable fee rate they call it. And so what I try to do that let's say you are trying to make a transaction of $500 I have done in terms of Bitcoin, how much fee you will end up paying on average. If you are trying to make a transaction of $2,000, right, how much fee you will end up paying. And then I calculated effective fee rate. And when you look at this number, so if you look at our online transaction, I know the number for US, it's closer to $100 online transaction, like Amazon, they call it average order value. And for that, transaction fee for Lightning is 1 bips, 0.98. And at one level, we shouldn't read too much from this number because it's like early technology. It's not like it's getting used by big businesses. But if you compare that number, for credit card, transaction fee is closer to 250 basis points. For debit card, that would be closer to 100 basis points. And Lightning Network, you got 1 basis points. And for bank, it is closer to 15 to 20 basis points, including all the risk and all that stuff. So it's very low. And there is a question around, is this effective fee rate would change based on my order size? Like if I'm trying to make a transaction of 1 Bitcoin, what would be my effective fee rate? So here I got this number. In x-axis, you have the transaction size, and y-axis, effective fee rate. So you see that like when I go higher transaction size, effective fee rate is going up closer to 7 basis points. It's still cheaper than bank and way cheaper than, like you could say, at least 1 by 50th lesser than credit card, and then it goes down. And there is a reason to it. There is no reason to explain, but here it would be very low because only a couple of channels can do that big a transaction that is closer to 8 Bitcoin, and it may be their own channel. Let's say River may have 2 nodes and they are doing transaction to do the balancing. That's why they may have kept fee super low. So something might be going on there, but at one level you get it, that effective fee rate is super low. Again, not to read too much because we have to, again, when big businesses start using it, things would change. Yeah, and I may show you some interactive chart also. And if you have any question on Lightning, I don't know, maybe I have the data, so you could ask me here. Okay, so this is interactive chart. So what I am calling it, so in Lightning, all the channels I have broken down into three channels, like roads, right? You can think of channels as road and nodes as cities. So I called freeways, highways, and my way, right? So freeways are channels bigger than 1 Bitcoin. And my highway, I defined channels greater than 5 million SAS, and all else are my way. So I plotted here only freeways. And my hypothesis is, and I know that it's true also, at one level I have some data also to show, that anytime you're trying to go from one node to another node, and if it's not your friend circle, you may end up hitting freeways. The way when we try to go to, let's say, from Austin to New York, it's not that we would go without freeways. So that way, freeways are always gets used. So these are all the freeways of Lightning Network. And here, you can read the name of the node, what they got, how many. Yeah, it's not visible, but yeah, I can. Yeah, you see, maybe I will show this guy. Yeah. Because this guy's behavior is very different. But yeah, so we know the capacity, how many freeways, highways, myway this node got, right? How many active channels, like everything you want to know at high level, you have data around it. And this width is proportional to the size of the channel. All are greater than 1 Bitcoin, but some channel could be, let's say, 8 Bitcoin. So they are wider. So and you can get a lot of insight looking at this, because you will know what exactly all these nodes are doing. Because when they create channels, they do it for certain purpose. And when you look at that this guy has channel with these 3-4 guys, based on that you can figure out their business as well, depending on how much you know about this space. Okay, and okay, yeah, this is also new thing I had done. So I am calling it prank. This is a PlebLab. Right? So it's a prank. So I am ranking all the nodes of Lightning Network. And I have looked at a lot of data to rank it, and I feel my rank is comparable to any rank that we have. So one is by LND, right? Lightning Terminal. And I have looked at their rank. There is some difference, but this is also a good enough rank. And I may not go into all the detail, what the logic I have used, but yeah. So any question on Lightning you want to know, or? Yeah.
About how many freeways are there?
So freeways are like 200, I guess, or 148. I can look at it now. See first. Okay, see, I can look at it here. I am calling here, right? Highway, freeway. So 1% of all the channels are freeway, and the number you see is 678, in fact. 678, yeah.
67?
So 678.
678. And the definition of a freeway was?
Is greater than 1 Bitcoin, not equal to 1 Bitcoin, because there are a lot of guys with 1 Bitcoin, yeah.
So a channel with more than 1 Bitcoin.
1 Bitcoin, yeah. And if you do 1 Bitcoin, it's closer to 1200. Yeah, and I did intentionally greater than 1 Bitcoin because I asked ChatGPT what percentage of road in US is freeways. And that was closer to 1.5%. I thought that's the definition, my freeway definition. So
How does the Bitcoin price affect size of channels over time?
Yeah, so that is analysis that we should be able to do it very quickly. So that would be the goal of this platform, right? Yeah, because if we have all this data, Bitcoin data, Lightning data in one place, then we would be able to do it. Otherwise, these are very custom analysis. Yeah. Okay, so maybe this one I gave. Okay, and now to develop PlebLab dashboard, and this is an open source project, so I would like people to help me on this. And I have started work on creating a Python library to do data analysis for Lightning. That would be Lightning DS. And I have one more project, but there I got just a couple of charts. Bitcoin is beautiful. There I'm trying to visualize Bitcoin concept in a visually appealing way. And there is one more open source project, if you are interested in tennis, so that I would show very quickly. So if someone is interested, you could help me here. So I got some charts here. Let's say, because I created one graph for Lightning, I thought, why not to create graph for our tennis players, right? What's happening? Okay, so this is all the tennis players who have played more than, how much matches they have played, their win ratio against each other, and here it's like same chart, Lightning Network. And then I did, tennis is a brutal game. It's all the people who get into professional level, only 10% survive. So think of their career. So again, so this is just open source project if anyone wants to contribute. Yeah, okay. And a couple of more things I could show. Okay. So this is a book. This would be Jupyter Notebook. It's book of codes to do data analysis for Lightning. So this is live on Gumroad. So that is one thing. I would share the link. And next month, I would be launching one course on Maven, Lightning Network for Data Analyst. So I will share all this link later on, but these are the, yeah. Okay, any question, anything I should? What's your website? Yeah, oh, website? Okay, yeah. So, yeah, PlebDashboard.com is open source project, right? And my site is orangemetrics.xyz. Yeah. Yeah, see? XYZ, yeah. So this is Bitcoin's data platform, open source projects, and then enterprise solution. So this one I'm calling it enterprise solution for all the businesses. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Soru? All right, go ahead and clap. We're going to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Soru. All right, we have one more presentation. And while they're getting set up, I wanted to bring your attention to something very important in the Bitcoin space. And I'm old, so I have to take the glasses on and off all day long. That will be in your futures, too. I had a friend of mine used to tease me years ago because he was much younger than me, but we worked together in an office and we got along. We had a lot of fun. I introduced him to his wife, and one time met them for dinner, and I saw him coming. I knew what he was going to do because he'd done it many times. He teased me about my age because I was older than him. And so one day he said some joke at the dinner, and I looked him dead in the eye, and I'm like, it's not like he's not coming for you. And he's like, ooh. So stay healthy. And we're going to help you at lunch and dinner. Johnny's also preparing dinner, too. But he's got some fajitas over in the side room over here, just across the hall. We'll have about 45 minutes for lunch. And then if that doesn't tide you over, there's going to be more grass-fed beef tonight. And that'll be as part of the Yopaki party, the Bitcoin block party. But the important thing that I wanted to announce is a little dry because it deals with the legal just a bit. And my background is marketing, business development, advising organizations, that kind of thing. And I've done a lot of work in the legal space. And right now we've got some friends with a little trouble related to Samurai. And so if you haven't been following or using or leveraging the hashtag #FreeSamurai, you should, and follow the news. Their attorneys gave a really good presentation at Bitcoin Nashville. And I just touched base with one of my friends that's keeping up with this and asked if there was any update that he might have or something I could share with you. And he said, just, know that it's a neutral privacy tool that anyone can use. And the current situation is that the Samurai guys, 2 of them, are being charged as an illegal MSB when they're not doing custody. They are trying to charge them with conspiracy to launder money, even though a very small percentage, less than 5% according to chain analysis, was considered to be illicit activity. And the important thing for you, sitting here as enthusiasts of what we all care about in this room, they're a domino. And if they fall, that leaves the doors open for any one of us to be considered doing some nefarious activity. So again, it's a neutral Samurai wallet is a neutral privacy tool that anyone can use, just like anyone can use Bitcoin, just like cash, criminals can use it. And that was one of my first learning curves when I was trying to dip my toes into Bitcoin and understand, well, is this one world money? Who are the nefarious actors? Well, what about human trafficking and all that kind of stuff, drugs? And somebody said to me, you can do all of that with cash. And that was a light bulb moment for me. I'm like, okay. Let me ask another question, and I delved further into Bitcoin and learned more. Let me see if there's anything else he wants to add. It's something we need to reconcile as a society. Open access for everyone means everyone, todos. And without privacy, anyone can see how much Bitcoin you have just by looking at an address you pay them from. So privacy is a must, or P2P on-chain usage is a bit dangerous. FreeSamurai.com for anyone that wants to donate to support their legal defense. They have really good attorneys working on this. Again, I'm not just saying, oh, it sounds like they have good attorneys. I sat and listened to their presentation and I looked into their backgrounds. These are strong guys advocating essentially for you, in addition to Samurai. So just wanted to apprise you of that. And you saw this coming. Speaking of legal, this is Dave. And Dave is not an attorney, nor does he play one on TV, but he is with Resolver, as you can see. And Resolver, his participation with Resolver brought in a little bit of a nexus of legal tech. And that's kind of how I got into Bitcoin, was through a connection of legal and tech. But he explained to me that where Resolver is now deals a little bit more with the world of insurance. But he'll explain it better than I can. Resolver.
Great, thank you.
Give me some applause.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to be here. I know insurance is everybody's favorite pre-lunch topic, so it'll be riveting, but yeah, happy to be here. Grateful for the opportunity to present today, so let's dive straight into it. So what is Resolver? We're an insurance technology company. We just don't describe ourselves as a Bitcoin company necessarily, but we unlock real-time global insurance premium settlement for everybody in the chain. I know some of you are already probably feeling like this. This is a little bit boring and dry. But we came together originally for a hackathon for Bolt Fun and then for Top Builder. We're 7 people, so we're kind of big. We're good at building. Yeah, got it. Our roster includes a lot of people who have worked in insurance technology and in legal technology with exits and everything like that. Really amazing team of engineers too, who were brought together by events like this. So they are very important. But again, you might be already feeling a little bit bored and some hunger pangs for lunch. So let's get into it and talk about something a little bit more exciting than insurance. I'm going to talk to you about risk. There is no reward without risk. This is a tale as old as biology itself. You have to risk expending energy to go capture resources, and that's on a constantly shifting scale of risk and rewards, and it travels that spectrum relative to your personal needs and circumstances. So what does this mean for humans, right? Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is insurance actually has its roots in ancient civilizations where merchants sought to make their fortunes on the high seas. It was a very important component of commerce even back then, even more so now. In ancient Greece, maritime trade was vital to their economy and to their empire. But it was fraught with lots of danger. Ships are vulnerable. They're vulnerable to storms. They're vulnerable to piracy. They're vulnerable to other hazards that could result in loss of cargo, mutiny, shout out. So to mitigate this risk, Greek merchants actually developed early forms of insurance for their voyages. Basically they would average out the profits from their voyages and split them. So they would pool their resources to cover any of these losses. If a ship was lost at sea, the collective pool would compensate the ship owner for the cargo. It's something that they called, basically it translates to general average, but it's one of the earliest forms of insurance, and it really laid the groundwork for the systems of the future. So fast forward to where Resolver was last week, near Lloyd's Coffee House in London, working with some of our technical partners and early customers. Lloyd's, you might have heard of, big underwriting exchange, got started as a coffee house formed by Edward Lloyd. It became a hub for ship owners, merchants, sailors, and these individuals would gather at the coffee house and share news, the condition of the seas, and more importantly, how to manage risk associated with their voyages. There'd be a family, the more wealthy families maybe could afford a loss at sea, but these ships were the tankers, the freight liners, the infrastructure of their day, and they were incredibly expensive. People would often risk their entire fortunes in putting them into this vessel to go have a shot to make it big, and if it came back, you did make it big. Again, risk reward. So what merchants and ship owners began doing at Lloyd's Coffee House, in the 17th century and beyond, was they would agree to bear certain financial risks of a ship's loss in exchange for a premium for taking on that risk. The underwriters would actually sign their name beneath the ship's risk descriptions, giving rise to the term underwriting. That's where it comes from. This informal agreement laid the foundation for what is now Lloyd's of London, which is an institution that it exists on a staggering scale. The numbers we're talking about here are many trillions of dollars, on the order of magnitude of global energy production in the global energy industry. We're dealing with similar numbers with insurance and risk. It really is a foundational pillar of the modern global economy. So Lloyd's developed a reputation for reliability, transparency. Some of these things should be ringing a bell to us Bitcoiners. It's not perfect, but very similar principles where they could, brokers could arrange for insurance for these ships and cargo. But there's one big problem. We call it 180 days. So this is what a typical risk chain looks like in the world of today. We're getting into these fantastic insurance details that I'm sure you're so eager to hear. Final insured, that's you. That's the person paying the policy. The retail broker, that might be somebody you go have them quote a variety of policies, say a homeowner's policy. You get a quote from various seeding insurers who are seeding their risk to underwriters, but they're the ones writing the policy. So did you get your policy through Progressive, through State Farm? These are the seeding insurers. There are seeding insurers in the Bitcoin industry today underwriting risks for mining operations. You have director and officer risk. You have business interruption risk. What if there's a fire? What if your mining facility burns down? You have to make payroll. This is an important part of mining. So right now, these parties, the accounting between them is horrific. It's fractured, it's siloed, it lacks a single source of truth. Each one of these hops takes at least 30 days. Usually they're holding it for the float. To give you an idea of the scale of the magnitude here and how screwed up this whole thing is, Lloyd's of London, their premiums for 2022, 68% remained outstanding at the year end. 68% of the stuff they agreed to underwrite. They didn't get premiums delivered to them for 68% of the stuff that they had underwritten. That's a shortfall of over $25 billion. It's huge. Again, processing costs here, intermediary banking fees, Forex, interchanges. It's over $1 billion for Lloyd's alone in these processing costs in this chain. There is a better way, fortunately. We have Resolver's Reinsurance Premium Manager, RPM. It enables those instant, accurate, global, and final settlement payments. It's huge. It eliminates accounts receivable and payable. Maybe ringing a bell with some of you for Synoda. If you're familiar with them, they're doing a very similar thing in the energy market. Insurance is also interesting. It's less localized than energy production. By definition, some of these risks are local. Think the weather, think geopolitical instability. Bitcoin and the Lightning Network are the perfect rails to flow this risk to other risk holders in the chain. We offer this in a way that's totally compliant, secure, regulated, automatically processes everything, eliminating friction, costs, and even conflicts that result from misunderstandings between different accounting departments. So let's see this thing. I'm gonna do my best here. I haven't tested it on this network, so we're gonna see how this goes. Let's minimize that. Okay. So we're gonna play a little pretend here. I'll have to do this without mirroring, so please indulge me. So we have my cedant company over here. This would be the insurance company that writes your policy. I've already set up a contract here between an underwriting broker who's basically saying, hey, I'm underwriting your risk with this reinsurer, send me some money, right? So I've created this invoice associated with a contract. You can see I did this about an hour ago. And as the cedant, I can go in there. This is all live and not simulated, so we'll see how it goes. Should go fine. Working with some really good payment partners on this one. So I can look at the terms of this agreement. I can see a summary for this thing. I see what contract it's tied to. I see all the different line items. I'm just gonna go through and accept this. And now I have an invoice that I can pay. So the way we do this is we don't pay just person to person, but we'll flow from this seating company to all those parties in the chain, including the reinsurers, instantaneously. So let's just pull up a Lightning wallet here. Again, we're gonna do this all live. So I'm gonna scan. I don't know if this is Bolt 12 or not. Actually, let me refresh this because I have a feeling it's not. Okay. So right now I'm sending Bitcoin over Lightning, but we also have the capability to do this fiat to fiat too. So anybody who's using this, they can maintain their current general ledger accounts in USD and pesos and sterling and quetzales, you know, whatever it is, euros. Okay, so I'm gonna send this transaction just using Strike for it today. So it's, at this point in time, was 1,966 sats, but it's being split between multiple reinsurers. Let me give this a little refresh, and the invoice has been paid. We'll refresh it over here, and we can see that it's been received here too. What you can't see, and it's easier to demo this on like 5 different devices with people role-playing each party, but I also got, Aaron's just texting me now that he got an invoice received on his Stacker News wallet. That's one of them for the reinsurers. My Albi wallet's the other one, but he just slacked me that it hit. So, and he gave me an LFG. So there you go, guys. Back to the pitch.
A lot faster than 180 days.
It is a lot faster, and you know what? It's a lot cheaper too. The current transfer and Forex rates, we can just about match wholesale Forex rates, and we do each transaction for 25 bips. The SWIFT and other interbanking fees are on the order of 3 to 5% for these institutional transactions. So we're coming in over 10x less here. Pretty rad, if I don't say so myself. All right. So we just saw this. The demo was, everybody agrees, I'm sure the demo was great. The tech is cool. We're all orange pilled as hell here. There's really no need to evangelize. But when we go talk to we'll say buttoned down institutional players, we have definitely gotten out of the building and then some. Like I said, we were in London just last week meeting with these people. We hear a lot of things like, why risk changing? What about the float? Which is far less than the fees we save them, by the way. Changing a process is hard. Brokers provide very bespoke work. They don't need to be more efficient. You know, we're happy, fat and happy as it is now. We got our intermediary brokers in the Caymans and the Bahamas literally, and they're just chilling, man. They're just being the middlemen of middlemen, and it's complicated. What can we do in the face of such a challenge? How do we take this thing on? You know, we're talking about the reinsurance underwriting market alone, about 1.5 trillion. It'll be close to 2 trillion by 2030. Insurance as a whole, about 7 trillion today. It's gonna be closer to 10 by 2030. These are massive industries. We're not the first to encounter such obstacles though. Little more history, if you'll indulge me. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the tale, but here's an abbreviated version of it, and I beg your indulgence in the telling. So the Phrygians, part of modern day Turkey, were without a king. As you do, you go to an oracle and they decree that the next person to roll into this town on an ox cart, they should be king. Seems fair to me. Maybe a little too non-specific for my taste, but that's how the story goes. So a peasant farmer named Gordius drove into town in an ox cart, and he was immediately declared king. Perfect consensus, everybody. Out of gratitude, his son, actually Midas, dedicated that very same ox cart to the gods and tied it to a post in the middle of, you know, their market square. Turns out Midas was an incredibly good tire of knots. Maybe the gods helped him out, who knows? But legendary knot, the Gordian knot, was so tightly entangled, you couldn't even see where it was fastened. Every time you tried to untie it, it just got tighter and tighter, and it sat there for a very long time. This knot was very complicated. So the ox cart stood there. Then in the 4th century BC, as the story goes, Alexander the Great, here he is. He rolls into town. He's on a mission, man, and the oracles got involved again. To me, this sounds like a bit of a tourist thing, but they had another prophecy that anybody who enters this town, they will go forth to conquer Asia, basically. Seems convenient to me, but again, this is how oracles operate. So Alexander naturally wanted to go untie the knot, get the will of the people, great. But he struggled to do so. Very difficult knot to untie, so what did he do? He took out his sword and he cut through it in a single stroke. How do we do that? Don't untie the knot. Resolver does not offer insurance products. We don't do any broking. We don't do any underwriting. We don't negotiate anything. We don't form any contracts. We don't require any integration. We don't make you use Bitcoin. We don't make you change anything. No problems, right? We cut it with the things that we do, which is payments, and that's it. It's just instant final settlement. 180 days faster. In 180 days, let me tell you, that's like the good scenario. Usually it's a couple hundred or even over a year. You saw that almost 70% of that stuff was outstanding for Lloyd's at the end of the year. It's multi-party. You do it once, you agree on a single source of truth, you stream that stuff. It's non-custodial. It's fully compliant and insured by our payment partners. It is 10 times less expensive, and you can keep all your back office processes the way they are now. But who wants this? Who is the target market? Well, already mentioned Bitcoin miners. It's not just that they want to pay in Bitcoin, which they do, and they want to stream it to underwriters who want it in pound sterling, which they do, but Bitcoin miners, as it turns out from talking to them, they're paying 4 to 6 times the standard data center rates for equivalent coverage. So that means it's eating into their already razor-thin margins. That's extreme pain. We can do better. In fact, our first customer, they're in stealth, but will be making public announcements in mid-October, and then they'll be doing some joint press releases with us in early November, but they're gonna help solve this problem with us. That's one of the places you go attack it. The other place, you saw all the crazy number of intermediary brokers. Well, it actually engenders competition. That's kind of great for us, right? There's gonna be challenger brokers, as they're known. They're gonna be hungry. They're gonna wanna innovate. A lot of them are private, maybe a little bit smaller. So again, if you can give them a strategic advantage against their competition, we think we can get traction there. So our sword, obviously, Bitcoin and the Lightning networks, keeping it simple, deepest liquidity, most secure, highest uptime digital network on the planet. We can deliver the benefits of Bitcoin and Lightning, the networks, without exposing these customers to Bitcoin and Lightning, the assets, unless, of course, that's what they want, which some of them will want. So the opportunity, we think is pretty clear. We're confident that we're going to, again, with many different partners, this is going to take a lot of people, but we're the rails of the future for this. Every 30 days to Lloyd's is worth 150 million pounds. It's crazy. The tip of the spear, like I've talked about, is proving this with crypto native customers, with these hungry brokers, and actually in emerging markets. Just these, not the big goal. The big goal is the big players, but just these players here, that's over $1 billion in obtainable revenue in fees to Resolver. Just that. Again, we have some ink fairly wet on the paper with our first customer, who is one such challenger broker. There's even some other much larger ones interested in a pilot, but I think it's important to focus on this challenger broker and the miners, because that's the urgent pain point. And again, press releases, joint white paper, we'll be doing a lot of data and analysis, things like that, but we expect to be flowing premiums before the end of 2024 and in the tens of millions in premiums in 2025. So that's a big deal for us. nothing's ever done till it's done. There's a lot of work to do, but we're flowing money now, and there's no reason we can't go after this and capture it. So, again, what the heck is Resolver? Why should you care? Instant and global premium remittances. This is getting Bitcoin and Lightning into a major industry that can, where are the institutions, right? They're like that ox, you got to kind of prod them a little bit. They're not fast to come move and change things, but we have a tip of the spear, so to speak, coming back to that we think is pretty awesome. And again, fully compliant, 10 times cheaper. Bunch of announcements coming early November, and we're also raising our seed round starting in Q4. So lots of interest there, some soft commits from different angels and VCs, but nothing official there to announce yet. But we're really bullish on the opportunity. We're bullish on how it's going to work with other players in this ecosystem, and I think even other players in this room. There's a lot of synergies between everything that we're doing, whether it's security, whether it's AI, whether it's Lightning Network intelligence. There's amazing things going on in this room. And I think, together, we're going to do a lot. And there is a running joke, and, we all know it, right? Boating accidents happen. They can happen to anybody. It implies you can lose your keys to the uninitiated, which is a bearer asset just like physical gold. Think of the vast hordes of gold and treasure that have been claimed by the sea throughout the ages. I mean, this is cold reality. Losses can be devastating, even existential to individuals and businesses. And we can provide that infrastructure. We can mitigate this risk. It's a tremendous value with major implications for the entire economy, and we have an exciting future ahead. Definitely stay in touch if you want to reach out to us for anything. I invite you to reach out to Aaron or myself. We're a big team. It's not just Aaron and I. There's 7 of us, but go to resolver.io, reach out, schedule a meeting with us, whether you're a customer, investor, potential business partner. We're already talking to a lot of you, but invite you to collaborate wherever you have some ideas. All right, thank you. And I'm aware we have lunch. Yeah, so if there's time for questions, great. If we want to go hit the chow line, that's awesome too.
He must be British. But first, when you come back from lunch, we'll start around 2 to 10. That is the goal, which means we'll be back on the schedule. And we will hear from... yes, now I'm back on. Lunch. We'll be back in this room around 2 to 10. And you will hear from Shopster, Comet Notes, Cascader, Branta, and Jippy. And these are builders, and you'll be hearing about their projects and innovations, their blood, sweat, and tears, followed by All right, good afternoon and welcome back to the second portion of our program today. Now we're going to hear some builder presentations I think will be very exciting. And after that, we'll have our panels late this afternoon. So thank you all for coming back. First of all, we are going to hear from Shopster. They've been around almost a year. Very innovative, and it's a service I think that a lot of businesses, a lot of investors should be considering, because what they've put together is pretty interesting. And we're going to hear from Christian. Are you almost ready?
Yeah, almost.
Okay, I need to give him a few more minutes. There was something I was going to announce. So we've got some people here, obviously from Mexico City in Mexico, obviously some Texans. There's a gentleman here from Colombia. Anybody else from further away? No? I thought it was going to be more exciting than that. Please remember to share this online, and if you would, use the hashtag #StartupDay and hashtag PlebLab. That is singular. Sometimes people talk about us as PlebLabs, maybe one day. But right now it's PlebLab, the PlebLab. One other thing that I will announce while we're waiting is something called the Bitcoin Editors. We just launched it in the summer. It still needs some development. But if you would, go ahead and follow on Twitter, the Bitcoin Editors, plural. And that is for any of you who might be interested in writing a book. There are a lot of people when they get into Bitcoin feel like, oh, I want to share this with the world. I want to write a book about Bitcoin. But I think we're also entering an era now where somebody like Johnny Ochoa might want to write about the heritage that influences how he prepares his food and so on. Or somebody else that's interested in health, or I sew, maybe I write a sewing book. I just happen to be a Bitcoiner. So our service is to help you work with somebody who gets your mindset. Because yes, there's plenty of editors out there, but they might not understand the sound money mindset and how it influences your outlook on whatever you're wanting to present. So if you're interested in writing, or you know someone who is, get in touch. The Bitcoin Editors. On Twitter, we also have a website, but it needs a little work. So thanks for that. Christian,
Right.
Are you ready?
Yep.
It looks like you are, so take
Alrighty.
it away. Shopster.
All right. Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Christian, or Calvadev, however you want to call me. I'm building Shopster, which is a peer-to-peer marketplace for Bitcoin commerce. So just a little bit about the team. So yeah, I'm CEO, and this is Thomas, the CTO. So we've been working on Shopster for a little bit under a year, and we're basically a year out of college. So as soon as we graduated college, we got our job, started working on it, and we just decided to go full force with it. Thanks to PlebLab and the top builder competition, we really picked up development a lot, and we've accomplished. We're proud of what we've accomplished in the whole year, especially with only me being the only one who's full time. Contributors have also been Eric Yan, who's helped us with gathering metrics for the data collection on the site, as well as. Wellington, who was a Summer of Bitcoin participant, who's helped us integrate some new upcoming features that'll show up later on. So yeah, so just to lay the backdrop of exactly where we are, where it comes to marketplaces. So obviously, whenever getting set up, we have a very permissioned identity, which leads to silos. So obviously, whenever you get set up on Amazon, you can't port over that information to eBay very seamlessly. You can't port it over to Facebook Marketplace. All that data is just trapped and stuck in those platforms, which obviously makes it very hard if you want to start selling these things, just a book or just something very simple. You have to get set up on so many platforms, pay for all their services, pay all the fees that they charge you, and you don't really have a good user experience with that. Obviously, we have KYC hell. You have to sell your soul just to be able to list the book on Amazon. You have to give them all your bank account information, your phone number, all these things that just dox all your information. They're holding all this data captive, and you're just stuck. And it's just a big risk that we pose by having all that information captured by single corporations. Obviously, with these type of platforms, the inflated focus. What I mean by that is essentially that these platforms are more focused on capturing the entire world, more so than tailoring an experience towards local communities or local businesses, small businesses. They just want to make sure they have the best possible way of dominating the market and have no care how they do that, which obviously leads to basically causing users to maximize transaction volume at the user's expense. All they want is as much transactions as possible, even if the products that people are buying aren't actually valuable to them. If if any of the activity they're doing, as long as they can take a cut, that's what they want. And with these platforms, there's not really much of a focus on like a meat space, meaning like Facebook Marketplace is probably the best example of a meat space marketplace because you can meet up in person to verify and sell things, but like they're not really tailored in that direction. Like they don't focus on actually bringing people together, building a community around like a farmer's market, for example. That's one of the best examples of an actual meat space market. So one thing. Oh, it's this one actually. There we go. Yeah, so just to like broaden like the marketplace comparison a bit more. So you see that like Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace, they're relatively easy to access because you just like create a simple account, list an item, and it's just there. It's ready to be found. But obviously it's not decentralized because Facebook and Craigslist, they can just take down all your listings. You have no control over like what you can list. Like they censor like as much as they can, especially if it's like even if it's like illegal in a specific jurisdiction, but it's legal elsewhere, like they'll take it down. eBay and Amazon fall under a little bit harder to access, obviously because all the KYC requirements. They require a lot of information just to get started listing. And like some people, especially smaller merchants in like communities like Mexico, they just don't have the banking infrastructure to even get set up and to distribute their products online. Same thing goes with eBay. Requires a lot of information, and both of them are obviously not decentralized at all. Then there's BTC Pay Server, which is like a very good solution. It basically allows you to set up your own node. You have full control over your funds, over your marketplace, but there's no product discoverability. Essentially, in order to be able to sell your items, you have to like market on your own, and like it's just kind of hard to discover your listings unless someone already knows you and is sharing the content for you. And like we're trying to get somewhere in the target of like easy to access and decentralized. So Nostr, which if you aren't familiar, is essentially, I like to think of it as a decentralized publishing protocol and not necessarily a social media protocol. This is one way to make it easy to access and get onboarded onto these types of services. So essentially, Nostr provides you permissionless identity, so you have full control of your data. You can migrate to any other clients. So say there's for example, the social media clients. There's Damus, Amethyst, Primal, so on and so forth. If you have an account on Damus, that automatically is in Primal, it's automatically in Amethyst, it's everywhere. So like you can easily switch over platforms if you don't like certain features that they're doing, certain things they're doing. And it makes it very easy to actually create a new identity. So like one thing that is probably an issue for a lot of people is especially if they're selling like, say you're selling or not memorabilia, say you're selling like stuff for protest merch or stuff like that just to raise funds, you might not necessarily want to dox your identity. And like, and if you're getting set up on like Amazon or eBay or these platforms and you want to sell a lot of items, it makes it very hard to be anonymous completely. So with Nostr, you can actually just very seamlessly create a new NPub. You have a new identity and you can list items, everything exists, and people can just automatically start buying and selling with you. One thing that Nostr provides is also a local first model, and which ties into the Bootstrap network. So it's like because of the social media aspect of Nostr, you have a network effect that's already existing because of all the people that are already engaging on Nostr on the social media side, and that it makes it very easy. So once you, like for example, with Shopster, we had nobody, like initially when we launched the site, we had nobody working with it. But once we started like getting more traction and being shown like more on the Nostr network, and Amethyst integrated our listings, it made it very easy for people to just discover products like in their social feed without even worrying, and they would actually be interacting with Shopster without even realizing that they were. And that's one of the things that comes into interoperability. Whenever you're working with Nostr, it actually makes it very, very, very easy to like essentially give your product some initial validation, because when you can create a client and automatically the data just exists for you. You can just pull it all in, it's displayed, and it seems as if it's very active. So like it kind of allows you to bootstrap that initial network of trust to make sure that people are like seeing like, okay, this is actually getting used, people are doing things on this, and it's a really like a cool new technology that's like been developing and being built out a lot. And one thing that another thing that like Shopster integrates is eCash, and it's like one of the most exciting technologies in my opinion, because one, it provides for frictionless onboarding. One of the things with eCash is that you can essentially send someone Bitcoin using a string of text. It's a long string of text, so like it can be a little daunting for some people, especially now. But more and more clients are making it a little bit easier and kind of like abstracting the complexity of the string to make it seem as if it's like a little button that just has 21 sats on it. You could even show the US dollar value, and people don't even know they're interacting with Bitcoin. And you can just literally text someone a text of string, and they have Bitcoin that they can spend and they can use and send to other people. It's an incredible way to onboard people, especially who aren't very used to like the Bitcoin UX, and it's a good way to it's a good stepping stone to getting them into the self-custodial aspect of Bitcoin. And yeah, there's a new thing that's been released by Pablo, who's a big prominent developer in the Nostr space, which is a NIP60. It's essentially a Cashew wallet. So one thing is obviously that can be a little daunting for people is like backing up their private keys and making sure that all this stuff is like actually secure. So like with NIP60, it's a Nostr native Cashew wallet. So your wallet is actually distributed amongst relays. So automatically, as soon as you're onboarded, like your wallet's backed up for you. And even if you lose access to the wallet on a specific app, it's actually accessible in another instance of it, and it could actually be it's actually easy to access across multiple different apps. So like for example, Shopster has it integrated. So and Pablo has an app called Nutsack, and with Nutsack, as soon as you set up a wallet there, you can actually just sign into Shopster and like you just have money there, and you're just ready to spend, and it's easy to do. And one thing with eCash, I feel like is that like Callie once said this, who was the creator of eCash, is like basically the target demographic of eCash is grandmas selling mangoes on the side of the street. Like they want to make it as easy as possible for the grandmas to just receive Bitcoin without needing to actually have all the knowledge of how to use Bitcoin, how to interact with it, all the complexity of it. Because cash is just simply a string of text that you can send around and pay people with. It makes it very, very easy for them to get onboarded. And this is like one of the, and Alex Gleason has actually mentioned this as well. He said that the true marker of success is whenever your grandma starts using your product. So like this is like one way of making it very, very easy to actually get onboarded. Let's see. So Shopster essentially integrates both of these technologies to make it easy and set you free whenever transacting online. So you have a simple setup whenever you get on the site. You simply click a button, you have an account, and you're ready to go. You can set up your profile, do all these other things, set up a shop. It's Bitcoin only, so obviously we're focused on spreading the use of Bitcoin and like this decentralized money, not propagating the use of other altcoins and other cryptocurrencies, because Bitcoin is the one that actually has a chance of upending the system and making things, actually making things better. Through the use of Nostr, we also get a sovereign digital identity. Like, so say like Shopster starts, for example, we start restricting the listing of like drugs, right? Like, because like Nostr is a decentralized protocol, you can list anything you want. So like if we just decide, like, oh, you know what, we're gonna start censoring any drugs, we're gonna start censoring books on communism, whatever. If you don't like that, you could just simply take your Nostr account, sign into another client that's using like Plebeian Market, for example, sign into their client, and boom, like you have all your products, all your listings are there, and you're just like nothing happened to you. Like none of your listings got censored, no one can like stop the payment flow, and you're good to go. And obviously with eCash, another like very cool thing about it is that it's like completely anonymous. It's almost better than like coin joining. It's like the perfect privacy solution you can possibly have. And it's like Lightning interoperable, so like it's very easy to just swap in and out. With a click of a button, you can easily redeem the Lightning. You can easily redeem the eCash for a Lightning payment and not have to worry too much about like actually holding the eCash token itself. And one caveat, obviously, eCash is a custodial solution, so it's definitely something to consider, especially whenever like you're onboarding new people. You have to make the trade-off a little bit known in order for people to actually like be comfortable using it, but it is a very nice thing. Right, yeah, and for on the Shopster side, so like since launch, we've had over 5 million sats in total sales volume, and actually earlier this year, like at the startup day, at the top builder competition, we actually only had 1 million sats in transaction volume, so we 5x in like a few months, which has been really great. Yeah. And we've had over 750 listings made with 650 unique Nostr accounts signed in, and like the pace has been picking up a lot, and like especially with new features we're releasing, it's becoming a lot easier to get onboarded and start listing and selling. So one thing, especially in the Nostr space, that is really important is sustainability, and marketplaces I think are just the natural they're the natural next step when it comes to actually developing clients that are actually sustainable on their own without having to receive funding. So obviously you can collect fees on sales of transactions. Like Shopster, for example, we don't enforce a fee, but we actually give the user the option to donate the transaction fee that they like would otherwise pay. Like normally, they have the option to donate it or keep it themselves. And then you could have like featured listings, like essentially ads. Like the users could pay to get their listing featured on the homepage, and then you could even like have like ad distribution payments. So like users could, if they interact with an ad, you can actually distribute a few sats to them for interacting with it. So like ads, interesting new models you can potentially implement. Pay per listing, so that's like essentially like Craigslist. They charge you for like listing apartments, houses, stuff like that. Like you can charge a fee just to like list a specific item. You can get niche modes. Like for example, you could have Shopster could be focused specifically on getting Shopify-like stores implemented. PlebLab Market could be focused on making it just easy to have discoverability on your products. There's a lot of different things you can implement when it comes to marketplaces, like including prediction markets, like Polymarket, for example. That's a crypto one, so like let's not talk about that one. But like prediction markets, especially like with Bitcoin, like it makes it very easy to collect fees because there's a lot of degenerates in the space, even in Bitcoin. So like it's a very good way of like actually pick up like economic activity on it. And then marketplaces also encourage circular economies. One thing that like we're focused on with Shopster is to actually make it easy for local communities to get set up and like just be able to start transacting amongst their peers very, very easily and actually start using Bitcoin in a seamless way. Like circular economies are probably the most important thing that we can be building in this space, because otherwise we're just going to be building within like the existing legacy system, and we got to have like the parallel economies like working within it. Reputation is one thing that's actually going to be coming soon to Shopster, so we're hoping to get reviews and orders done by like within the next like month or so. And it's one of the most important things to consider with Nostr, especially now. If you're on Nostr, you've been noticing all the spam that's been like being propagated on the protocol. And reputation now has been like the main focus of a lot of client developers. So, and you can actually have different ways of signaling reputation. So like social signaling is one form. So you essentially like, and this kind of helps solve like if I'm a new merchant and I have no one knows who I am and I can't share my products easily. If I join a group that's like specifically pertaining to eggs, then and if I got accepted into that group on Nostr, then you could very easily show like, okay, they're part of this egg group, so probably they actually have good quality eggs and like people are willing to purchase them. And then obviously reviews, normal reviews. And one thing that's great with reviews is that since Nostr is interoperable completely, the reviews will carry across every platform. So you don't have to like completely restart your identity. Like on Amazon, you have your Amazon reviews. On eBay, you have your eBay reviews. You can just simply have all your reputation already built up for you. And then there's value for value. Like marketplaces are the initial form of value for value. You literally pay someone to give them value, something that you find valuable. So just having actual proof of transaction volume and like people actually buying your things is obviously a good reputation signal. Localization. So one thing that we're focused on with Shopster is just trying to make it, as I mentioned, trying to make it easy for local communities to start getting onboarded. And if you are in a community and you're using this specific app, then and you're interacting with like say a farmer's market, that's probably like the target demo that we're trying to focus on for this specific thing. Like when you're in a farmer's market, in like the physical space, you actually interact with all the people that are doing this thing, that are using Bitcoin, spending Bitcoin. And if you're selling items yourself, like obviously you're gaining a reputation. It's like more like foundational reputation because you have an actual backing behind it. And then loyalty. With Nostr's portable identity, you can actually develop a brand loyalty to yourself, to your personal identity, rather than like focusing on Amazon. Because like whenever you go to Amazon, there are sellers, there's individual sellers on there. But when you go on there, you're not thinking like, oh, I'm gonna buy from some random person that I know, or like some specific merchant. I'm buying from Amazon. Like you don't care at all who is actually selling you the item. You just want to get the item. So like this allows you to build a little bit more of a reputation like that. And yeah, marketplaces I think are just very important in general, and like more specifically towards Nostr, because one, the incentives behind them, they allow you to actually generate revenue naturally, and you don't have to worry too much about like social clients, in my opinion, are like an initial fad that are going to eventually die out. Obviously, everyone loves social media and like it's very engaging, but a lot of the clients are going to die out just because there's not really a good sustainable model for a lot of the social media specific things, unless like you're focusing on Zaps, which are like the micropayments over Nostr. Things like that are actually are just a focus on economic incentives. I think is the most important thing, and that marketplaces are like the most obvious that do that. It can lead to more accelerated adoption, specifically because people like seeing economic activity as validation. Like whenever you're actually receiving money and earning things, that's whenever people are like, okay, yeah, like I actually want to stay on here. Like a lot of people on Nostr, they leave especially if they're getting on board and don't know what a Lightning address is, they don't know what a Lightning wallet is, they don't know all these things about using Bitcoin on Nostr. With marketplaces in particular, you receive money directly, and then with like Zaps, like Primal does a really good thing with it because they have an integrated wallet built into their client. You automatically receive money, and like when people see that like that flow of money going throughout the protocol, then they're like, okay, this is actually really interesting. I can earn a penny just for simply like shit posting or saying something, like saying some meme. Like it's a very like niche and innovative way of like keeping people on the protocol. And then, in my opinion, having marketplaces is the most important thing for essentially getting access to Bitcoin, because as we're seeing now, like there's an attack on privacy in Bitcoin, and like who knows when Coinbase is going to get shut down, like when the 6102 attack comes that the US government claims all this money, like eventually the on-ramps will be shut down, and like it's going to be very, very hard to get on board onto Bitcoin using your fiat. So the best way is to actually like sell your services and make it easy to earn Bitcoin by doing the thing you love, making candles, making soap, washing someone's car, making it very easy to earn Bitcoin by doing these things. And like earn ramps are much, much more important than on ramps. And like this ties into this quote that I heard in Prague by Anita Posch. She said, parallel polis or bust. So essentially, parallel polis is a parallel society. And we Bitcoiners have to be focused on actually developing the community that's parallel to the legacy system. Like, yes, it's great to integrate into the legacy system, because if we can upend and like build, essentially act as a virus from within, we can actually like change things on like at a grander scale. But when we start building these parallel economies, without them, we won't even be able to, like, if Bitcoin gets attacked legally and like there's all these other like privacy attacks that are happening, like it'll be very, very, very hard for us to actually build out and see the future that we want to see. And like focusing on the parallel economies and making sure that we have a strong community that is actually using Bitcoin, that is outside of the KYC system, that they're focused on like making sure that everyone just knows each other personally, is not interacting with these like these gargantuan corporations that just like have all our data. Like it's one of the most important things that we can do as Bitcoiners. So yeah, now I can go into a little bit of a demo and show off the site a bit. Let's see if I can expand that. All right, cool. Yeah, so this is Shopster. So yeah, as you can see here, there's like just a bunch of like random listings at the moment. This is essentially like the closest comparison would be like Facebook Marketplace at the moment. We just have like a global feed of a bunch of products and listings that you can just like interact with and purchase. So like, see, you have like this Google Pixel. It takes you to the product page. You can just like view all the products that are listed. You see all the items here. Expand. And like whenever you list an item, we actually support like 160 something currencies. So you can list it in whatever currency you want, and Sats obviously if that's your standard. And yeah, you can just very easily just check out and pay like that. So let's see here. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'll just show you like the payment page. So yeah, whenever you like buy, it gives you like a summary of like exactly how much you're purchasing. You can pay with Lightning or Cashew. So the Cashew, you have to be signed in and you have to have a wallet. Like you have to have balance on your wallet in order to be able to pay. But once you click on pay, you can either do an in-person order. So like that just takes you to the Lightning invoice, as you can see here. It just generates a Lightning invoice for you. You pay it, and like the transaction goes through, and it gets sent as like a Cashew token DM. And I can show an example of that in a moment. But if you were to sign in with, or if you were to pay like just like an online order, it takes you to like the contact form. This is like if there's no shipping involved, if it's only for pickup. You can also like input your contact information, and then like you just pay the invoice like that as well. And let's see. Yeah, and then you can go to like the messages feed. This like basically has orders and inquiries. The orders are all the payment messages that you'll see. Let's see if I can find one. Yeah, so essentially in the order page, you'll see whenever someone pays for an item, you'll see a text message saying that so-and-so has purchased your item, and then there'll be a Cashew token payment loaded in there. See, it's been a while since I sold something with my Shopster account, so let's see if I can find the actual order. Otherwise, I'll move on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this is an example. So yeah, it tells you like how to finalize your order details, and then it has the Satoshi amount of the Cashew token payment that you have, and you just like very simply claim it and redeem it, and you can actually go on your wallet. So yeah, here, these 10 sats, as you see, there's no transaction history here because I actually got these 10 sats on a separate wallet on a different computer. So like now it's actually carried over to my balance here. So here, simply it's just a Cashew wallet. You can receive Cashew tokens, send them, create new ones by minting an invoice, and also pay out to a Lightning invoice. And yeah, under my listings, this is something we just recently launched. So you can now actually customize your shop feed. So you can add like a new banner image, a new icon logo, and a name, and then it just like displays all your products and categories there. And I can actually, let me see, I'll sign out. It looks rather similar whenever you're not actually signed in, but let's see if I can find my item a little more. All right, yeah, here. So yeah, so you like visit the store, or that just took me to the item. All right, yeah, you visit the seller, and then it just it should load the information. Oh, okay, yeah, it seems like the internet lagged out a little bit, but yeah. So this is basically what Shopster is, and then if you go to metrics, you can actually see the like global stats of the site, and some of them are. It's a little bit out of date because we started like not too long ago. And some transactions have also been done out of band, so not using Shopster's like checkout flow. So you can see here like all the activity that's been happening on the site since like since January 1st. I think we launched like the metric collection around February, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and then you can also just like edit profile, edit your shop settings. Like you can see here you can edit all these things. Yeah, and we also are coming out with a integrated liquid wallet, so you'll actually be able to like have like a self-custodial liquid wallet. This is an example of that. Let me turn off the music. Yeah, so that's your recovery phrase. You can like see here like you can like change view your balance, and then we also integrated bolts.exchange, so you'll be able to very easily swap your liquid Bitcoin that's stored on the wallet for Lightning or on-chain Bitcoin. There's a small, I think it's a 0.5% fee that Bolts takes for the actual swap, but yeah, that's essentially what like one of the new things that we're coming out with. It should be ready within like the next month or so. Like we're just working on you'll basically have like two separate balances. You'll have a Cashew balance that'll be like for easy onboarding, smaller amounts. And once you reach a limit that you're comfortable with, it'll swap over into the Liquid wallet, and you can very easily redeem it for on-chain Bitcoin and be non-custodial. But yeah, that's essentially that's the presentation. If you want to reach out, you can email me at shopster@shopster.store. And big thanks to OpenSats because they're supporting me in working on this. Also, big thanks to Sovereign Engineering in Madeira. They've been very helpful in like getting a lot of ideas and like building new things out. I'm very excited for the coming months because there's a lot of stuff planned in the pipeline. But since it's mainly me working full time, it's going to take some time, but it'll get there. And then obviously big thanks to PlebLab for like allowing me to be here and like supporting me through like Top Builder. It's been a great experience since then. Yeah, thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question.
One question? Do you have a mic?
Yeah, I do have a mic. Can you hear me? Check, check. Awesome progress since Top Builder. I remember seeing you guys.
Thank you.
And, I mean, phenomenal. It looks beautiful. I'm curious on your sellers. How many are choosing, to donate something to you? Do you leave it to them? Do you give them an option that's comparable to fees? How's that going?
Yeah, so essentially, once you're on like the payment redemption screen, like I showed in the messages, you have the Cash token payment, and when you click on it, it redeems to your Lightning address, and it then pops up and says like, I think the fee is roughly 1 to 2%. I think it varies because it's essentially based off of Cashew. So like whenever you redeem, you have to have like a reserve of around 1 to 2%, and then whatever's actually left over, they can choose to donate that to us. So it just says like, would you like to donate 100 sats to us? And we've seen actually majority of sellers the majority of transactions, they've actually donated the money to us. So like we haven't made a lot of money from it, like because especially since it's just donation based and there's not too much activity on it, but we've made around like $100 or something like that from it, and like that's off of the few thousand that we've like made on the sales. So yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, like we just don't want to. We want to make it we're trying to find the right balance of optionality for the user and not just like forcing like, we don't want to be the middleman again. We don't want to just recreate Amazon and like do all this thing again. Yeah.
Yeah, my wife does eBay, and I've been telling her about this, and I'm going to definitely be showing her this.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
definitely.
amazing.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Jay is in the house. I got to work on my New York, New Jersey. Jay is with Node Tech, and they have a couple projects in the works. He's been in PlebLab last couple of weeks, working on what he'll be speaking to you about today, comment notes. And give us a second, we'll be setting up here. Everybody enjoy lunch? All right. Well, there'll be more this evening. Yes. Actually, what Johnny's doing now is he's taking raw meat and converting it to fuel for us. Tasty, tasty fuel. Yes. Well, we heard that comment earlier. There's energy, and that can help us produce results, but that doesn't come without risk. But not with Johnny. It'll be tasty and good.
Okay, can everyone?
All right. Are we ready?
Let me, give me 1 second. Just got to start the screen recording.
Okay. We good? Okay. As you can see, as I mentioned, just to reemphasize, Jay is with Node Tech, and they've got several projects, but the one today is Comment Notes. Thanks, Jay.
Yep. So, hey everyone, I'm Jay from Node Tech, and I'm going to be discussing and demoing some of the projects that me and my brothers have been working on, which includes Comment Notes, and this is the first alpha release of Comment Notes. So if something breaks or if it doesn't work, just bear with me. And then we also have Note Stack, Relay Wizard, and Relay Runner, and I'm going to be using these notes throughout the presentation. And then all the notebooks that I'm going to be using, if you go to NoteStack, which is our other project over here. So if you go over here to NoteStack, so it'd be notestack.com, and then if you put in our NPub, I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but if you were to put that in, then you could pull down all of the notebooks that I'm going to be going through. So up here, we just have our different contact information, NPub, if you want to reach out, or GitHub, email, PGP, and then down here, we just have our personal NPubs and then our GitHub links. So, and before I kind of jump into it, I just kind of want to go over the vision of Comment Notes and kind of the ecosystem in general. So me and my brothers are avid note takers. We all really enjoy taking notes. It's one of the things we do a lot. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we actually enjoyed using. And first and foremost, we wanted to make sure that we would have control over our data. And one of the best ways to do that was to make a desktop application. So that's where we started. And this way, we don't have to rely on any app stores. We want to support other platforms in the future, different mobile apps, and a web client at some point. But that's why we wanted to start with the desktop application. Then we want it to be privacy respecting, so we're not tracking anything that you're doing. And then eventually we want to make sure that everything's locally encrypted on your device. And then we also want to incorporate syncing, so this way you can sync the notes between your different devices. And all of these features are very similar to what current note-taking apps have, so it's a very feasible thing to do. And then on top of that, and this is where the Nostr integration comes into play, which is where it gets more interesting, is you can use our relay or you can hook in your own relay of your choice to then, in the future, once we have it set up, to be able to encrypt your notes over Nostr in a more decentralized fashion. And once we have that set up, you'll be able to do that. And then after that, and this is kind of goes into what Shopster was talking about, this idea of publishing, like Nostr being a publishing platform, because that's another feature that we have in the app is the ability to publish. And then after that, we want to also incorporate the ability to track engagement. So if we have zaps, you could open it up and maybe have a notification saying, oh, you've been zapped this much for the content that you posted. So that's kind of where we start from and kind of our philosophy, and then where we want to be. So if we go over here, this is more of the app over here. And if we go down here to comment notes. So comment notes, like I said, it's an open source cross-platform app that's going to allow users to take notes and publish with Nostr integration. And then you can download the alpha, so the first version of the alpha, if you come over here to comment.md. You can download it for Mac OS ARM, and then there's also a Linux app image. And so the problem that we had was that there's a lot of note-taking apps out there, but none of them have the first-class support for Nostr. And then, like we talked about, pretty much all the note-taking apps that I know of, they all require a centralized server to sync the user's notes. But with Nostr, you can just spin up your own personal relay, or you can use our relay, and then you can just hook it into the app, and then you can have a more decentralized syncing, and then it'll also be encrypted as well. And also, because of Nostr, you get the ability to just immediately get plugged in to the social network. So it's nice because then you can publish, you can save notes, you can track engagement. And the target audience who we're kind of going after is just users that use existing note-taking apps and sites that want a familiar UI UX. So you can kind of see here, if you ever used Apple Notes, it's a very similar feel to that, because we don't want to overload the user right away with a bunch of different features and all these other things. We kind of want them to just be able to open up the app and use it like any other note-taking app, because even though Nostr for us is not that difficult to use, but for other people, the idea of what is a private key, what is a public key, it can kind of throw them off. So again, users that are interested in these features right here are cross-platform open source apps, so it'll be independent of the app stores, you get more data sovereignty that way. It'll be private, it'll be locally encrypted and stored on the device, the encrypted syncing again, and then the publishing and the tracking of the engagement. So the tech stack that we're using Whales, and Whales is basically a framework to just build cross-platform desktop applications, and it's an alternative to Electron, and then it's written in Go. And then the notes that are stored locally, we just use a SQLite database. And then for the Nostr integration, you can just sign in with your private key, and then we just use the NIP23 for long-form content using either our provided relay, which is at relay.notestack.com, and you can also add in your own relays. And then these are just some of the competitors that we would have. There's some centralized ones, but like I said, I don't know of any decentralized ones. And so now we'll get into NoteStack. So NoteStack is an open source Nostr-based blogging platform, and it has lightning tips in it right now, so I showed it to you earlier, but we can just go to the home page and just kind of see what it looks like. So it has a very similar feel and look to Medium. You can just kind of scroll down here, and these will just be all, right now we're just using just some hard-coded public keys for this featured section, but this is just what it'll look like. And the problem is that Nostr is going to need to have a long-form content platform that, again, balances the user experience with the cutting-edge Nostr developments. So we want this to also be a seamless experience for the end user. We want them to just be able to feel very, very comfortable when they come here. And again, familiar UI UX, similar to the more popular centralized apps. And the tech stack that we're using is the profile feeds. So if you were to come over here and if you were to click on a user's profile, those feeds, they're constructed using the Gossip model, which uses NIP5 and then NIP65. And I have a little diagram of kind of how we set it up. I might post this too. I'm not going to go through all of it right now, but this is like the flow of kind of how we're using the Gossip model in the app. And then we just have support for Zaps currently. And then each article also has a drop-down, which will let you broadcast the event. So whatever relays you put into the app, once you broadcast the event, so you could basically just take their article, their post, and then just broadcast it to your own relays if you wanted to. And then we're just using React Query for advanced state management. So this just makes the loading of the data a little bit easier, a little bit faster. And Yeah, so that's the tech stack, and here are some more competitors. Again, you have the centralized one, the decentralized ones, Kabla, Highlighter. So those are the competitors there. And if we go to the examples, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go up here to just create a new key pair, so you can just keep creating new ones. But if I just copy this NSEC right here, and then if I go into Note Stack, and I can just paste it, and now I can sign in. So now I'm signed in, and what I can do from comment notes over here, and we already have this relay hooked into comment notes by default, our relay.notestack.com, and I'll have to add it in here as well. So if we just do relay.notestack.com, and we'll just have it to read and write, and if we just save that, relay.notestack.com, okay, so the relays have been updated, and then if we come over here, we can then publish this article. So, and then the other idea here is because it's a private note-taking app, but also it can be a publisher. So we just want to confirm before you post anything that you're actually posting something that you want to be publicly available. So then we'll just post it, and then you see a little note posted. So if we go back to our profile, and you can see it's right here. And you can click on it, and you can kind of check it out on NoteStack. And then this will be available for anyone to look at. They can rebroadcast it. They can do whatever they want with it. And then we have another one here that we can post as well. And then note posted. And again, if we just go back to our profile, might take a second, have to refresh. And there it is, right there. And that's the examples. Now, the other thing that we're working on is something called Relay Wizard. So Relay Wizard is a command line interface, CLI tool, that's going to automate the installation and configuration of Nostr relays. So what we have here is a one command install, and we have a website for it over here. So this is Relay Wizard, and you can just copy this command from the site, and this is, hopefully I'll be able to SSH in, and then if we just run this, and this will install Relay Wizard. Just take probably a little bit of time here. Okay, still loading. So while that's loading, I can just go back over here and just talk about it a little bit. So what Relay Wizard allows you to do is it allows the user to choose from different relay implementations depending on their specific needs. So we have 3 different implementations in there right now. We have Catru Pyramid, Stir Fry, Catru 29, and we plan to add more in the future. And let's see if it finished loading. It might. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so welcome to Relay Wizard. You can install and manage your relays with ease. So I'm just going to talk about what it does for you and the setup that it goes through. So it'll basically do these 6 steps right now. So it's going to install any necessary dependencies that you need. It'll set up a firewall, configure Nginx. You'll obtain a TLS certificate, and it'll install the relay software for whatever implementation you want, and then it'll set up a systemd service for your relay. And the main goal of this is just to make deploying Nostr relays quick and effortless, and anyone that has minimal technical experience, they should be able to do it. So if we come back over here, let me just double check, because I just want to make sure. Okay. So you can, so you already have to have a domain name, but if you have a domain name hooked up already, you can just type it in. So it should be relay.testrelay.xyz, relay.testrelay.xyz, and we'll just do devs at node-tech.com, and then stir fry. So this is the relay domain name that you're going to use. This is just for certbot, for notifications about your SSL certificate, and then you can choose which relay you want, and we're just going to go with stir fry, and then it'll just update and install all the packages. And it might take a little bit, so I'll just go back over here. and just kind of talk about the problem. So again, manually setting up a Nostr relay, it's going to involve installing the software dependencies, setting everything up, the firewall, Nginx, TLS certificate, relay software, all that stuff. So it can be complex, especially for people that don't have any experience. So the technical expertise that you would need to do that, it can be a high ask of your average person. So, you know, in terms of server administration, networking, security protocols, all that other stuff. So that can also be time consuming, and that can deter potential users from wanting to do it. And then if people aren't running relays, then because of the technical barriers, then we won't be able to get widespread adoption, and the decentralization and growth of the Nostr network, it just won't grow. So let's see if it finished. So now it's just asking if we want to obtain an SSL certificate. So we're going to say yep. And now it's just going to install the different dependencies, and there you go. So this will just tell you some information about your relay. So this is the address for the relay right here, relay.testrelay.xyz, at the WebSocket right there. And then it just tells you where your data directory is, your config file, how to check the status of the systemd service, how to reload it, restart, and then just some links for support. And then we also plan to use relay groups for support in the future. And then you can just run it again by running rwz install. So that is how you would do that. And then the target audience is just any developers and enthusiasts, so people that are looking for a streamlined way to deploy Nostr relays without spending any time on the manual setup. Non-technical users, so people that are just able to run the one command and just have it be set up for them. And then organizations and communities, so groups aiming to promote decentralized communication platforms just by making it easier to contribute to the network infrastructure. So from here, and this is what I had up before, because I had previously run this, because it'll take a little bit longer to install everything if you run it for the first time. But this is just the relay.testrelay.xyz, and you see that it uses stir-fry. So now if we were to go back into the comment notes over here, and what we can do is we can just add a relay in here. So we did WSS, and then it was relay.test, relay.xyz. So we can add this relay, and then you can remove our relay if you want. You can just save this. And then if we go into, we'll just go into our examples folder. And if we make a new note, all right, there you go. That's being an alpha. So, and then we'll just say testing relay wizard and just test. And then what we should be able to do here is just publish this. And now it should note posted. So if we come over here, if we can use the Nostr Army knife to just pull this in, and this might take a second to connect, but there you go. So you can see that, just make that a little bit bigger. So you can see that it pulled in the event right here, testing relay wizard. So now we're posting to our own relay that we just set up. And so if we go back here to relay wizard, we talked about this. So if we go to relay runner, so relay runner is just basically, it's a guide, like a step-by-step process of how to set up your own relay. So if you would prefer to know how to do everything, this would be the guide that you would use. And also, if you don't trust our relay wizard or our tools that we're making for you, then you can set everything up yourself, and it'll do all the same steps. And again, the goal is to lower the barrier of entry, promote decentralization, and wider adoption of the protocol. And the target audience, again, developers and enthusiasts, non-technical users, community builders. So this is people that would probably be interested in a guide like this. And then the problem, again, is just the complexity of doing it. So if you were to just go to the GitHub and try to run all the commands yourself, it can be more time-consuming, it can be more difficult, more frustrating. So the idea is just to make it easier for them, and then just to make it more accessible for everyone. And then again, without something like Relay Runner, Relay Wizard, there's going to be a growth limitation for the people just to be able to use Nostr in a more decentralized way. So that's Relay Runner. And let me see over here. So this is the site for Relay Runner right here. Just some guides, and we'll have different implementations and stuff here as well. And so if we go back over here, just have the monetization. So these are just some ways that we're thinking about monetizing the app. So we can have a paid relay for syncing and storage, paid relay for premium publishing, just website hosting for users publish notes, an early access program if people wanted to get features early, different themes, and then maybe some other premium features in the future, similar to how other note-taking apps have premium features in their applications. And then for NoteStack, we were thinking maybe we could make it like a publication platform similar to a Substack, and also a paid relay for premium content. And then Relay Wizard. So with Relay Wizard, we want to be able to basically do relays as a service. So we can easily provision relays for individuals and companies. And then Relay Runner would just be for consulting for individuals and companies. And yeah, and then we'll just go to the roadmap for everything. So right now, like I showed you earlier, we currently have a package we have an app image for Linux, and then we're supporting the macOS ARM. So we want to be able to distribute it for Intel-based Macs, Windows, and then also mobile apps, web client, the things that I mentioned before in the beginning with the encrypted notes, the syncing to it'll be relay.comment.md. And then we're thinking that we could have a fee paid for with Lightning, or you could use your own relay and set it up for free. And then to be able to track engagement of the published content. And we want to have the option to have other text editors in here as well, and to be able to save notes from a Nostr site, different themes, features. And then NoteStack, we want to have, again, another rich text editor that supports Markdown and maybe some Nostr extensions in there, and potentially create a Nostr-flavored Markdown, and we'll see how far we can get with that. Add highlighting and commenting features to NoteStack, different stacks of notes, bookmarks, list of articles, comments. And then for Relay Wizard, just support more relay implementations, support NIP86 for relay management, basically just an API that after you set it up, you'll be able to easily adjust all of the things that you originally set up when you ran it. And then just support Onion services. And for Relay Runner, we just want to make a logo, improve the documentation, improve the site, support more relay implementations, create videos, and just more guides for people. So that is everything. So if anyone has any questions or comments.
How modular is the customization of the relay? Like, could you blacklist and whitelist different event kinds and all that stuff, or?
So we haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
But that would be something that would be very interesting to do in the future. So that's a good issue I'll put in the GitHub.
Yeah, because yesterday I was trying to set up a relay and it was such a pain. I gave up because and I've been working on Nostr for a whole year, right? And it's actually Relay Wizard stuff is awesome because having individual based relays I think is gonna be really cool. And have you thought about I guess making some sort of library or API to make it easy to integrate it into other clients so you can simply click a button and you have a local relay there for you?
Yeah, so we wanted to do sort of like an admin console, kind of like a GUI that someone could use for it. So we were going to do that. We don't know if we're going to put that into the Relay Wizard project or have that be a separate project. But yeah, we would like to have a GUI, a simple API that people could just hook in to their different applications and stuff. So that would also be on the roadmap for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, that'll be really cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, give it up for Jay from Jersey.
Thanks, everyone.
Next up, we have a resident of PlebLab. He's there almost every single day, I think. Pretty much, very dedicated. Good work ethic, but that probably goes back to his athletic background, being very precise, and he takes that kind of character into working on Cascader. Some of you know him online as Uncle Jim, and he wanted me to emphasize, he is the CEO and founder of Cascader, but he wanted me to also mention that if you're not familiar, you will be in a minute, Cascader operates kind of at the intersection of lightning and AI. And part of what they've been building towards, or what he'll be explaining today, includes how they're offering, how their service is going to be helpful for B2B services, and also be meaningful and useful for solo builders. So if you're a solo builder, listen up. This is Jim with Cascader.
All right, guys, how are we feeling? Feeling good? Let's give it up for Francisco and for Carr, Yopaki, and PlebLab. Let's go. They put in a lot of thankless work. Let's recognize that right now. Guys, vibes are high. We got the orange man using the orange coin. We're ready to ride this rocket ship. Let's go. All right, so who the hell am I? My name's Jim Carucci. I'm founder and CEO of Cascader, and today I want to talk to you about why Lightning and AI. Why are they a good marriage? I want to dig deep. Not dig deep. I want to give a surface level fundamentals of these two core technologies, Lightning and AI. I think both can be misunderstood, and I just want to show you how they dovetail into our vision for Cascader, how we use them, and then what Cascader has to offer. So, promise it'll be fun. Keep it high energy. Let's go. All right. So let's start with the Lightning Network crash course. It seems like probably most of the people in here are Galaxy brains. They've used Lightning Network, so I'm going to breeze through this pretty fast. So what is the Lightning Network? For the people at home, it's a channels-based payment network. The way it works is you commit a UTXO in order that you can send Bitcoin to a peer. And so I can create a channel with somebody here in the first row. They can do that with someone else in the next row with their UTXO. And we can do that ad infinitum so that we can send payments. And so the best analogy for this is it's sort of like bar tabs with abacus beads. So when I commit my UTXO, I can send that. I have all the abacus beads on my side, and we can route them between us. And ideally, as many people that have UTXOs can route payments between one another. So here's a simple illustration. Alice can route payments through to Eric, through Bob, Carol, and Diana using this technique. This is a simple illustration of the Lightning Network. You see a bunch of subnets, you see some big nodes here, but each of these lines represents channels that represent a UTXO that's been committed on chain and that is being used as an off-chain ledger. Most importantly, let's get into what advantages this affords us, and then kind of prelude into the advantages this gives us that avails it to AI applications. Firstly, we get low fees because we don't have to settle on chain. So we're able to just pay these routing fees. Generally speaking, they're quite low. And so what that allows us to do is send high resolution payments. We can send value as low as 1 millisat. I think I wouldn't bank on using 1 millisat at this moment. There's probably some bugs out there, but I would say probably as low as 1 sat you can use. So 1/100 millionth of a Bitcoin. I forget what that is right now. That's probably like 1/30th of a cent. That's pretty good. So you get high resolution payments, you get instant cryptographically provable payments, and with that, because you don't have to wait for the 10-minute block time, so you just have to send a message, and however long that takes to transmit is how long the transaction takes. And then what that also gives you is privacy, because you have the cryptographic proof of payment. You don't need to provide your identity, so that gives you superb privacy, especially in the context of Bolt 11 invoices. All you need is the pre-image, which is like a proof of payment. Okay, so let's shift gears. Let's get into an AI crash course. So I think AI is a buzzword. It's kind of misunderstood. It's overly mystified, so let's demystify it here. What a lot of people don't understand is that the AI revolution that we're seeing now it's decades of research culminating now. And basically what AI is a transcendence of rules-based or algorithms-based programming. In other words, if X, then Y. There's certainly more nuance to that, but it's this imperative paradigm where we're basically having top-down programming. And that's excellent. We can send people to the moon. We can manage complex industrial processes with that type of technology, but it's quite limited in a couple ways. Firstly, it's not great at language.
And secondly, it's not great at facial recognition or object recognition. These are two things that we take for granted as humans because they come naturally to us. We've evolved to do these things. We lived in tribes. We need to be able to communicate effectively. We need to be able to recognize people in our tribe. So they come quite naturally to us, but that's machinery that has evolved over millions of years, and that's something that actually takes quite a bit of rigor and effort to solve on a computer science level. And so what the result is with this imperative-based programming, you can't, these two big applications are limited, and you get brittle, inflexible applications. The big innovation with AI is the application of neural networks, big data, and LLMs in order to transcend these limitations. So when I say LLM, what do I mean? It's a large language model. Breakthroughs in techniques and also just mass scale infra, being able to imbibe the entire corpus of data on the internet has given us machines that are good at understanding human language. And that's been exceptionally impactful. We've seen sort of at the second half of 2022, we've seen this big boom in AI, and a lot of people, even attributing sentience to these chat bots that are quite sophisticated, quite flexible, and have the ability to solve a lot of open-ended problems. But truthfully, they're just autocorrect on steroids. They've been trained on the entire internet, and they're just predicting what the next word is. So I'd like to just kind of demystify some of the fundamentals in this, in LLMs as an exercise. Let's start with a very simple example with a neural net. So this is optical character recognition, OCR. This has been around for a long time. So the goal is to get from this handwritten character on the left, the number 9, to the deterministic assignment of 0 through 9 on the right-hand side, right? And so we have these many layers in between. This neural network is essentially a biomimicry application that mimics what happens in humans, animals, brains. These middle layers are called hidden layers, and you can kind of see the evolution of the output as sort of like a pipeline as we move from left to right. If you look at so you look at the first layer, that's obviously the handwritten character. If you look at the second layer, you can see the neural net is kind of breaking it down into subsections in the pixels in the pixel map. If you look at the next layer, you can kind of see that it's actually the strokes that it would take to write this character. You have a circle and a slash to make the 9, right? And then lastly, it's assigning probabilities and weightings and systems of equations to say, okay, if I have a circle and a slash and that's it, then most likely it's the number 9. So this principle is applied at scale with a lot of different applications. So if we abstract this concept, this ability to apply this black box of systems of equations to inputs in order to get to an output, we can get things like being able to identify the subject of a photograph in the top one, that's a coffee mug. Being able to identify the subject of a corpus of text that's written in Victorian language. You can apply this principle broadly to all different kinds of media, from audio, video, image, and just text, and interconnect them with these systems of equations that are well trained that are created with well-trained neural nets. So another aspect I want to cover is this idea of vectorization. So one of the big outcomes of transformers like ChatGPT is the ability to vectorize language itself, the meaning of language itself, into mathematical representations such that we can do algebra on them. This really simple example illustrates, somewhat morbid example, if we do Hitler plus Italy minus Germany, that's generally speaking close to Mussolini. This process is essential in allowing chatbots such as ChatGPT to be able to take inputs with a wide range of possibilities of different vernacular, even different languages, distill them to a I'll call it semantic valence, or a mathematical representation of meaning, and then actually act upon them in a coherent way. So in practice, how that works is it will take in the prompt, and it will actually essentially act like autocorrect. So how many people here have used autocorrect on their phone? So the way autocorrect works is it's trying to predict the next word that you say, and generally speaking, it's pretty crappy, right, on your phone. It doesn't have a lot of parameters, and that's the reason why. Now imagine if you had a supercomputer running, and it could, take into account everything you've ever said and anything anyone on the internet's ever said. That's the equivalent of what the LLM is doing. It's able to predict the next word, and it's just taking a probabilistic, distribution on what the next word will be, and that is how it comes up with its response. And generally speaking, at scale, this bottom-up system can result in really useful outputs that actually have meaningful impact. What these two are, and the interesting thing is you can actually tweak what is called the temperature, which affects how far down the probability distribution the model is willing to go. So on the left, it's at 0, so that means it's always going to pick the most probable words. So it's going to have a more bland, more conservative response. Whereas when the temperature is 5, you can see sometimes it'll do a crazy Ivan, and it'll pick the third most likely, the second most likely, the fifth most likely, and it'll and that has path dependence, because remember that it's picking, it's autocorrect picking the next word, so on. So this technology is tremendously impactful. It's tremendously useful. So now that we covered, the basics of, how AI, the basics of LLMs, how AI works, what does it all mean? Fundamentally, it means that we have machines that now have a grasp of human language, and we can use them for applications we hadn't been able to use them for before. Main use cases: customer service, law, even writing code. Someone earlier was pointing that out. Code is fundamentally language. We can use them for translation because we have this base layer of meaning that's abstracted from the specific language, where we can have transformers that kind of just they're much more flexible, so translation is much easier. And then there's also more dark applications like surveillance and psyops. But all in all, I think that in our thesis at Cascader is that this is a tremendous opportunity for productivity. There's all of these applications have the ability to automate. Human applications help you get more done faster, and that's really the key to building wealth for all human civilizations. All right, so we covered the lighter side of AI. Let's kind of cover the dark side, and then how that informs our missions at Cascader. So as I see it, there are really 3 main problems. The first is privacy. So the fact that we're leaking data all the time, and that we have automated systems that can analyze that data, that poses a tremendous threat to privacy. So I know the previous presentation was very focused on privacy. Being very conscious of what you're putting out there is critical. We have centralization risk. We can already see a lot of people trying to play the lobby game, trying to do regulatory capture and make it so that only certain people have access to these models. I think it's critical that we decentralize these models, and that's a part of our mission here. Last but not least, there's anti-social ends. The ability to manipulate and harm people is much more potent now that we have these very flexible automated systems. So it's imperative that we act with the utmost ethical integrity. At Cascader, we believe that Bitcoin is a major tool in helping solve these problems and ensure that Bitcoiners and liberty-minded individuals are both well-informed and well-equipped for this new future where AI is coming. AI is coming, there's nothing we can do about it, and the best we can do is take control and understand these systems on a deep level, which is why I took the time to belabor these points and teach you about what I know about AI. All right, I'd like to share with you Cascader's mission statement. Our mission is to use AI and Bitcoin to empower the individual, to help the user get the most out of the productivity gains from AI, and to enrich their lives while preserving their privacy and respecting their beliefs, wishes, and sovereignty. Furthermore, we want to empower a decentralized network of innovators to create value in the AI space and earn accordingly. All right, so that sounded really high and mighty. What the hell does that mean? What am I actually going to do about it? What are me and my team going to do about it? In its current implementation, Cascader is a tool that allows you to take a request, pay over Bitcoin Lightning, use AI services, and get your work product quickly. So here we have a few examples. We have a ChatGPT proxy, so you're able to pay over the Lightning Network using Bolt 11, Superb Privacy, those stay private. Likewise, we have a text-to-image generation service, and we also have an RSS agent that is capable of pulling in any podcast, summarizing it, pulling the top quotes, or even running your own custom prompt on it. So, let's dig into the advantages of using Cascade. Why did I go this route? What are the advantages available to us by using the Lightning Network? First and foremost, as I mentioned, there's privacy. Bolt 11 has superb Lightning sender privacy guarantees, so when we issue you service after you pay the Bolt 11 invoice, not only does ChatGPT not know your identity, we don't know your identity either, and that further protects your privacy. You can ask any question, no matter how crazy it may be, with assurances that that will stay private. As soon as you close the browser, that's it. Second is centralization. So we're laying the groundwork for decentralized network of innovators and supply chain to create innovative AI applications, uncensored AI applications, and also taking centralized platforms like Stripe out of the equation by using Bitcoin. Third, we have the economizing factor. So you pay by the call. You don't have to worry about topping up a $20 per month service. And thanks to the low fees on the Lightning Network, we're able to offer that at a profitable level. And last, and perhaps most underrated, and I think other people have discussed this with AI agents, because we have Lightning, we can deputize an AI system with a Lightning budget in order to combine tools in series to complete complex tasks. So I think someone earlier had a presentation like that. We at Cascader believe that LLMs are like steel beams. They're a foundation through which we can create wealth, much like how steel beams are a foundation through which we can create wealth in the form of skyscrapers, bridges, railroads, et cetera. In the Gilded Age, I think we're at a similar point with LLMs where these services will be combined with other modules. Cascader has 20 modules and counting, and we keep adding these and combining them in different ways to solve different challenges. So Cascader, I mentioned earlier, we have a B2C product that's currently available at cascader.xyz, but we also have B2B services that are available. So I just want to go through like a quick case study from our pilot B2B project. So a client came to us, they asked us to fill a request of being able to scan thousands of audio files and find mentions of relevant topics. And then they wanted us to help them proactively deliver alerts to their end users about the specific things that topics that they wanted alerts on, and also deliver summaries to them, so they don't have to analyze all these files at scale with human labor. The prospect expected this to take 4 weeks plus, and thanks to the Cascader modular approach, we had a lot of code that was ready to go. So it took us 4 days to turn this around. Our philosophy is stack users, stack modules, stack sats, and that paid off in a big way here. So if you're a business that really is interested to get into AI implementation, I'm going to have a QR code at the end with my calendar link. I'd encourage you to set up a call with us. Let's see how we can help you create wealth with AI. All right, next up, I want to get into a couple of the recent developments. So we have a new look for our site. So we have our old site here. This was a hackathon project that spiraled out of control. As you can see, I'm probably not the best front-end designer. And thanks to Oliver here, he helped us redesign our site. And now we're looking at this new one. Yeah. All right. So new site, and then had a couple things in the pipe. So we've been on a tight weekly shipping schedule. We've kind of chilled out on that a little bit. Coming in Q4 in October, probably November, if not December, we're going to have 2 new products. These are going to be focused on our niche network of content creators, podcasters, and their needs. So we've gotten tons of, oh, my bad. I forgot to enlarge in it. Okay. So we've focused on, so we have 2 new products coming out in Q4 that will focus on our niche of content creators and podcasters and their needs. So keep an eye out for that. And I would say if you're kind of curious about this, if anything I said resonated with you, I would encourage you to sign up for Cascader Amber. That's our $9.99 a month unlimited plan. I don't know how much longer we're going to keep that going, but loyalty will be rewarded. You'll get access to these premium features. These features are going to be at least 5 to 10x the price of that, and you'll get a steep discount with that. You'll get early access to it. So especially if you're a podcast creator, if you're curious about AI, I'll have a QR code at the end to our premium features. I would highly encourage you to sign up for that if you care about privacy, if you care about sovereignty, if you want to get the most out of productivity tools. Encourage you to sign up. So that about does it for us. We're Cascader. We're pioneering AI and Bitcoin interoperability. We have these consumer applications, tools focused on content creators. We have Bitcoin payable APIs and services that are accessible from day one. Even if they're consumer applications, they're accessible from day one to businesses and to automated systems like AI agents. And we also have B2B implementation services. So if you're a solo builder, I encourage you to scan a solo builder or business. I encourage you to scan the QR code on the right, book a call with us. Let's see how we can help you use AI to enhance your business. And if you're just curious, if you're a tinker, I highly recommend going to cascader.xyz, play around, and consider upgrading to the $9.99 a month. You'll get access to our premium features. We're going to be shipping weekly. As Teresa mentioned, we're at the lab like every day, so we're going to be iterating fast. So hop on this deal while it still lasts. That's it. I'll open up to questions.
Now they have a secure, how do they call it? Secure cloud, yeah, that thing. How does that play along with Cascada? So for those that are not in context, what I understood from that keynote from Apple is that those are GPUs that supposedly have no logs and may have no logs, so that you can process your AI query and it's completely anonymous, so they say.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage you to think about two things when I think about Apple. I think they virtue signal about privacy a lot. First example is there was a fundamental defect in their hardware that made it possible to exfiltrate secure data. So fundamentally speaking, they're not super concerned about security and privacy on that level. And then on the flip side, I think a lot of this privacy LARP came from the fact that Mark Zuckerberg had the audacity to say that he wanted to kill the iPhone with Meta, and so that they could use that as cover to kill Facebook ad tracking and instantly cut their revenues by 30%. So I think most of that is a LARP. I don't really trust those guys. Certainly they have a huge advantage in the sense that they're a $1 trillion organization and that they have access to tons of users already. But this is the way for true sovereignty, I believe. We're going to keep upgrading. We're not perfect ourselves, but fundamentally speaking, you can use our applications with virtually guaranteed privacy assurances using Bolt 11 and VPNs.
Are you aware of Nostr DVMs?
I'm aware of DVMs. I actually, Topher and I commented on that early on. I'm happy to see people play with different implementations. My problem with that from day one, initially Pablo didn't want to encrypt those, and he gave us a hard time for saying we should encrypt them, and then he changed his mind because the Pleb AI guy, I think, made him change it. It's fine, but I think there's no reason to leak the metadata. There's no reason for anybody else in the world to know even what you're using or that you're using it. So I think from a privacy standpoint, it's better. I think there's certainly UX applications where it makes sense to use their model, and we could certainly avail ourselves of that. Also, one project I didn't mention is we have a Stacker News bot called ChadBot, CHAD bot, and you can get it to act like Trump. You can get it to Eli 5 stuff to you. You can give it a custom prompt and ask it to do whatever you want. So kind of just putting LLMs in the stack there, and it's history aware. It can even summarize Fountain podcasts. We have an API that can scrape and pull the transcript at runtime. So I think there's plenty of room for UX improvements and for collaboration, and just my personal preference is to err on the side of privacy. So I'm a little, I'm not a maximalist on NIP 90, even though I'm aware of it and I respect it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Jim, one question. Are we all fancy autocorrects, or is that just the NPCs?
Are we all fancy autocorrects? Yeah, I don't know, man. I believe in God, so I don't know. I think there's a divine spirit in us. I don't buy that. Even if they are NPCs, they're just possessed by something else. You know?
They don't have souls, so it's fine. Okay, that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions? If not, please give a round of applause to Jim. Thank you, Jim. Next up will be Keith with Branta. But first, I wanted to mention in the interim while he's getting set up, Jim is an avid reader. And I read a lot, but he certainly puts me on to some books that would be really helpful and interesting for me to read. So I'm going to tweet out on the PlebLab account here in a little bit. What books are you reading? And whether that's you here in our audience live or those of you on the live stream, or maybe somebody a few days from now, I'll set that out there, and I think it would just be interesting, maybe a thread that people would bookmark. So I'd love to hear what you're reading. And Keith, are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Man, that is fast. I have a whole introduction prepared. So as I mentioned, Keith is with Branta, and they participated in our Top Builder event earlier this year. See, I thought there was one more step. Sorry. They participated in our first Top Builder program this spring, and Car and I are going to be starting the works preparing for the next Top Builder, so we invite you to stay tuned, keep watch for that. We had a very exciting inaugural year, and we expect great things from builders participating in Top Builder for next spring. But for Branta, their website says they are the guardrails for Bitcoin and Lightning. And Keith was invited to speak in Madeira to present there. And there was something else I also wanted to share. Oh, shoot. What was it? Oh, your tagline that you tweeted out today, or tweeted out recently, early September. Part of, I think, what you may be hearing a teaser about today, but will be coming in October. The product we wanted, but never had. Keith?
Yeah, thanks, Teresa. Cool. How's this? What's up, guys? How's everybody feeling? It's 4 o'clock? Yeah. Cool. All right. So first thing, I think we might change this title from guardrails to just kill man in the middles. That's kind of what we're doing now. So let's get into it here. So to set the framework for what I'm going to talk about, the mental way I view Bitcoin is that Bitcoin's either at rest or it's in motion, kind of like a football, right? Like it's in your custody, hopefully it's safe, it's not in the mempool, unless if you intend for your Bitcoin to be in motion, going somewhere else. And so for background, when we started Branta, we wanted to kind of solve these two problems, or at least approach them in a completely novel way. So we didn't want to build another exchange or wallet or any other tool that already exists, because there's great stuff out there. And really, all that infrastructure is scaling, it's being built out, it's very cool. So yeah, to also set the framework a bit, our ethos, I kind of already said, we want to completely solve Bitcoin at rest, but also Bitcoin in motion. And so I'll be mostly talking today about Bitcoin in motion. And then the third thing, anything we create and what we're really interested in is novel approaches for the consumer, for other businesses, and just for the Bitcoin industry. Yeah, and so let's touch on this first. Kind of when Branta launched, we were tackling the Bitcoin at rest problem of essentially what you see on the right is the Sparrow wallet icon. There's two of them. One of them's real, one of them's not real. We were trying to solve this problem for people in an automated way where you can essentially be dumb or not very tech savvy, and you can be guaranteed to be running the right Sparrow wallet or Blockstream wallet or any other software wallet. But TLDR here, we're putting this on the shelf, and we'll come back to it at some point. And to kind of sum it up in one line, like this bottom line says we got bored of the problem. So it's interesting, but the demand was not huge. The B2C model is challenging, and just execution is kind of annoying, quite frankly. Like, to solve this problem of like making sure users have real wallets before install and after install as a tripwire, there's just so many different operating systems, wallets alone, then these wallets update. This is annoying. Same operating systems can have different architectures, which can change the binary. So like the number of cases you need to catch here to be perfectly executed is just very tough. So we'll move on from this, but TLDR, we're not tackling this problem anymore, and what we're doing next is a little bit, it's very different, but it also falls under the same umbrella. So Bitcoin in motion, right? This is the point of money. You hold it and then you send it somewhere else, right? Doesn't matter who you are or who your counterparty is, but you're sending money from point X to point Y, right, on planet Earth somewhere. And it's quite tricky to make sure you send your money to the right place. Like, most of the time it works, but it also doesn't work a fair amount of the time. You hear about people getting scammed or just making errors in their transactions. So we want to make this as foolproof as possible in a novel way. All right, we can kind of fly through this slide here. But yeah, the motivation with this is really that Bitcoin is actually quite emotional now for new users. So if you're running an exchange or if you're developing a wallet, inviting your friends on, people feel a lot of apprehension, a lot of anxiety when they make their first Bitcoin transaction, right? So maybe that means they buy on Yopaki and then they send this to one of their wallets. But this is stressful, which is good. It's kind of an emotional guardrail. But what we're doing is building codified guardrails to enable confidence. So one of the negative aspects that Bronta solves here is the need for test transactions. And I'll get into this here in 1 second. So my presentation is actually quite short. There's kind of 2 parts to it. The first one, I'm going to talk about on-device software. So this is cross-platform. That was one of the lessons we learned with our first offering, but we're built on Electron now, so it's kind of Mac, Windows, Linux. It's much faster to iterate. And the second part will be a very flexible API to solve this problem with integrations. So let's go on. So whose address? This is a question that people have. What does Bronta do? We offer instant verification. If I just put up a SegWit address here or a legacy Bitcoin address, you wouldn't know if it's yours or mine or some other person's, right? So with Bronta, I hope the text is big enough here. I know it's quite small from the back, but this is the Bronta application running. And let me actually zoom in here. So this is free. You all can use it now. It's pre-release, so it's not super stable. It'll be more stable very soon. But what happens is this is a Mac computer, and the user copied a SegWit address. And Bronta goes, poof, okay, this is actually your address, and it belongs to your Arculus wallet on the iPhone, and it's derivation 07. Right, so this is useful. I have a Signal application with a ton of Bitcoin addresses in my note to self. It's garbage. I don't know whose address is whose. It could be Francisco's, it could be Oliver's, it could be mine, I don't know, it could be anybody's. But now, as soon as I copy the address, Bronta just sweeps that clipboard and does a quick lookup. So this is quite cool. I want this, so this is what we're building. I guess Mac preview is kind of not the thing you do to present, because I can zoom in and scroll. Anyways, okay, I have lots of wallets, no problem. You can easily connect wallets to Bronta. I'll zoom in here again a bit. Here you can see there's a wallet named Trezor, Julia, and the Arculus example. And a wallet's just an XPub. We don't touch your private keys. We don't want to touch your private keys. They're yours, right? And so whenever you copy an address, you can do lookup for multiple wallets. Multi-sig, of course, we support this as well. The config here is quite nice, so you can do M of N up to, I think, 15 possible keys. This is quite cool. Right now, this is on desktop. We'll be rolling it out to mobile, but mobile's kind of annoying with the APIs for clipboards, so it's not quite as accessible like for startup and things like that. Anyways, so for what we just showed you, there's no business model for the exact piece we just showed you. Enter the API. So this is kind of our secret sauce. Yeah, cool. So This is actually the last slide, so I'll just talk here and then we'll wrap it up, I guess, rather quickly. But the API, we'll be announcing some partnerships very soon, which we're quite excited about. Some of the API integrations hook into our software, some hook into custodians, wallets, or payment processors, right? So kind of what I showed you with where you copy an address and we say, hey, this is your address. Soon you're gonna be able to do that with friends, but also with paying people online. So this is what's coming, and we're working with commerce, right? Maybe you get an invoice or you get a checkout, and what's really happening is somebody's receiving instructions to pay somebody else. So if you remember that initial slide with X and Y, it's kind of sketchy. Like, here's this piece of information, a PDF, please pay this address. Okay, I would like to verify that, right? So if you're doing a larger deal, maybe you call the person. You say, hey, like, what's the last 8? Okay, that's fine, but you had to call somebody to make that, to have confidence, right? Maybe you send $10 first and then you send the rest of the payment. It's just annoying, there's friction, and with things like AI, this is getting much, much worse. So now you can get a phone call and this sounds like a person who you know, it's actually a computer and you're about to get wrecked. So without a codified solution, problems, and these problems are increasing massively. So the solution is actually quite simple, and the demand has been much higher for this product versus the original product we were building. So that's kind of the fraud protection on commerce. So if you're building a payment gateway, if you have friends building payment gateways, happy to talk about what we're doing and the problems that we see and the solutions that we offer. Now for custodians, there's an interesting use case here as well. So one of the use cases is maybe a person has a lot of Bitcoin on one custodian. Let's say it's an American crypto casino, right? And they want to move a lot of that Bitcoin into a Bitcoin-only custodian in maybe their own country or something with a multi-sig setup, right? So maybe the use case here is somebody is moving 100 Bitcoin from custodian 1 to 2. Same things generally apply, right? Like you just want to make sure the address is correct. Test transactions are fine. They're a little bit cumbersome. There's fees. But so with Bronta, we streamline that quite effectively by just guaranteeing the address based on the XPub of that vault. So that's cool, right? Single sig, multi-sig doesn't matter. And so before, I'll scroll up. When you see this sort of notification, whether you use Mac, Windows, or Linux, you can actually see, hey, Bitcoin address belonging to your unchained multi-sig vault or your Yopaki vault. So this is quite good. If I want to move one Bitcoin into Yopaki, Bronta can guarantee that by some sort of integration that says this address, yes, belongs to Yopaki because there's an Yopaki integration on the other side. So there's a lot of protections that happen with this sort of solution. And I should also say, I'll spoil a bit more, but installing Bronta is friction, right? This is one of the pain points we learned is like, we have to be responsible for our own software, but something even more smooth here is we don't even build the software, we just allow you as a wallet implementer to integrate this. So for, let's say, Sparrow or let's say Ledger. If Ledger or Sparrow chooses to integrate Bronta, you don't even need Bronta, you can just be running Ledger, you can want to put one Bitcoin in Yopaki, and your Ledger app or your Sparrow app can let you know should they integrate with Bronta. Those are 2 examples. But others are coming. And those 2 are examples we're not working with yet, to be clear. Now anyways, let me kind of wrap up here. I guess that kind of was the wrap up. So kind of wallet integration. Anyways, I'll stop there. If there's any questions, more than happy to take them. And yeah, thanks everybody for coming out and pushing through to the last presentation in a few minutes here.
Let's go.
No, I think it is.
On the commerce side, are you looking into like doing some like escrow system or anything like that?
We're not looking at escrow for commerce. We're looking, there's kind of 2 tiers, right? So the one tier is that you're not getting man-in-middled on the client. That's bad, right? If you write an NPM package or a Chrome extension that just sweeps the DOM, you can swap the address. That's the first tier. The second tier is technical error on the server side. So if you are a payment provider and you are spinning up an invoice If you have a technical error and you show an internally consistent address to your system, but it's actually going to the wrong party, you've just finally settled to the wrong place. So that partners directly with the merchant. The first use case partners with the, I guess in your case would be Shopster. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then at the moment, I'm assuming you're focused on on-chain. Are you going to be doing like Lightning as well?
Oh yeah. This is for L1 and Lightning. Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay,
Bitcoin on-chain and Lightning, both.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for your questions.
Do we have another question? Oh, gee.
No, I thought it was really cool, especially like, I think it helps onboard non-coiners and people not, associated with the tech. It falls into the line of, I want to make something my grandma can push one button on and send Bitcoin. Like, that's really neat what you did.
Yeah, I mean,
say that.
you could even open up with Bitcoin sucks. It's very nuts and bolts. I know we all love it, but like it's very hard to use. So there's so many improvements, and it needs to be for grandparents, children, and everybody, really. That's our vision. Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right.
Here you go, bro.
Am I still on?
Yeah.
I think I am. Okay, we've got one more presentation coming up from the guy in the bright turquoise shirt. Let's see, who do we have in the room? One thing I should mention on behalf of PlebLab, I love that.
I know, it's nice seeing the logo on the big screen, huh?
Yeah,
it
but
looks really sexy.
the juxtaposition and everything, I do branding and marketing, so I like it.
As everyone has been told, my name has been thrown out a bunch today, so apparently I'm throwing myself around town doing some good design for folks.
That's great. One other thing I should mention about PlebLab, which you might not have heard from the stage this morning, we do have an accelerator. We are a young startup ourselves, but we want to encourage and focus on builders. That is something that Car and I both have a heart for and really want to cultivate, foster, mentor. And one of our startups that's in the accelerator is Kardashev, and I don't think we have anybody from Kardashev in the room at the moment, but they've been here. There's 3 gentlemen that are part of Kardashev, and you might meet them at tonight's party. And then also we have Francisco and Carlos. You've seen them around today. In fact, our keynote was from Francisco if you were here this morning. And also part of our accelerator includes, as of recently, Oliver with Jippy. So we were very excited to have that. And he hit the ground running. He has been working since we decided to partner up. He sat down in the lab, and from what I hear, because I'm not in Austin all the time, but through the grapevine, you've been knocking it out of the park.
Thank you, that's very sweet.
So you'll hear more about it. Here's Jippy.
Hey everybody, it feels so good to be here in Startup Day with y'all. Just massive, massive thanks to everyone who put this day together, from Car, Teresa, Francisco, everybody. It's such an exciting time. So I'm Oliver, I'm founder and CEO of Jippy. Today I would like to talk about something that's really close to my heart, which is Bitcoin education. So the US is currently $35 trillion in debt, and that debt increases by $1 trillion every 100 days or so. We are in a debt spiral, and the only escape from this debt spiral is a return to sound money. Bitcoin is that return to sound money, and as we know in this room, Bitcoin is the best money ever created. Yeah. However, only about 16% of the US population have actually ever invested in Bitcoin, and that's around 214.3 million people yet to buy in. What does that tell us? Well, the road is long, the journey is ahead, and Bitcoin actually has an education problem. So today, education is hugely fragmented and overwhelming. There's massive choice paralysis out there with the multitude of content available, from podcasts to books to YouTube content. Everything is a lot. There's no guided journey, so really there's no structured curriculum through which to put somebody that you know through their orange pill journey. And it's also quite isolating. There's no community support. It is quite isolating to learn alone, and there's so much content out there that can be misleading with regards to shitcoins and all the altcoins out there that we know are garbage. And so what that means is it's fairly difficult for beginners to actually break into Bitcoin, which is a critical barrier to mass adoption. 51% of people say a lack of knowledge is the main barrier to Bitcoin ownership. 76% of people rate the current state of Bitcoin education to be fair or poor. And it takes, on average, beginners 2.4 years from first hearing about Bitcoin to making their first purchase. So there's lots of work we can do in this area. Existing solutions, they provide an adequate learning experience, but they offer no compelling reason to stay. The SATS rewards are quite low. There's a limited education and high drop-off because people don't really have anything to do after they finish their education. There is some gamification like leaderboards, but there's no killer game. And there's also no in-app online community, so it's still quite isolating to learn about Bitcoin. So what if there was one Bitcoin onboarding tool to rule them all? What would that ultimate Bitcoin on-ramp look like? Well, it would probably be a gamified education app for beginners to earn and learn about Bitcoin with others. It would have high SATS rewards. It would offer tiered education. It would provide a competitive education game to keep people coming back and stickiness, which is important for a user app. And finally, it would offer in-app communities so that it's not an isolating experience to learn about Bitcoin. This is what Jippy is trying to be. So we are Bitcoin education for the masses. We launched our MVP at PlebLab 3 weeks ago, and that was a really awesome experience, so thank you to Car and PlebLab for that. What does that MVP look like? Well, we have islands of educational content structured by experience level. We have Bitcoin rewards supplied via Lightning to incentivize progress through learning. And we have online communities of Bitcoiners that we're calling tribes. How has this app been received? We actually have different educational resources on there. So they come in 3 flavors, Instagram story style, and this is kind of quick fire, super easy, light touch about basic Bitcoin topics. You can see we've got GIFs, that's pretty fun. We do audio courses too, and these are rather like podcasts, so they're pretty nice to listen to. You can just throw someone on there and let them listen for half an hour. And then finally, we do some more immersive deep dive. And this is really where you can actually see learning objectives. You've got a summary of the content. You've got modules. So you can actually tap through each module, progress through, and see images and text. So that's the education. How has it been received, Jippy? Well, here's one of our 5-star reviews from a user of ours. Start here. From personal experience, I can tell you that at the beginning of using the app, I had zero knowledge about Bitcoin. After I completed all of the courses on the app, I was able to have a full conversation about Bitcoin with multiple individuals that work in the industry. Whether your intent is to learn or actively get involved in Bitcoin, this is a great place to start. But what's next? Is there something missing in this app that we wanted to build? The answer is yes, and I'm so excited today to introduce you to version 2 of Jippy and outline my vision for gamified education in the Bitcoin space. So, introducing Tribe Clash. Tribe Clash is a competitive Bitcoin education game that's like Pokemon Go for Bitcoin. This is how it works. You catch Bitcoin beasts and claim territories in your city. So it starts by creating or joining a tribe with friends and battling for dominance over a city with your friends by catching a Bitcoin beast in every territory. So there's 1 city, 21 territories, and 1 winning tribe. This is how it works. These are the game rules. Each week, Jippy will release a territory for your tribe to claim, and a tribe member will have to be boots on the ground in that territory to discover a Bitcoin beast. They'll use their phone to traverse the territory, and once they find a beast, they'll tap it to claim it. But be careful, if there are other tribes in that territory at the same time, they'll contest your catch. At which point you'll enter Tribe Clash, which is a competitive knockout quiz battle with other tribe members about Bitcoin. Be quick, because the tribe member to answer all quiz questions correctly the fastest will then win that territory and claim that and claim that beast. But as you see, the game is wonderful, because once the game finishes, the tribe with the most territories and Bitcoin beasts will win half a Bitcoin, which is quite a lot of money. So the incentives here are pretty solid. So here we can meet the beasts. There are 21 unique beasts to claim, ranging from Nakamoto Nick, Blockchain Bob, Sat Sarah, Proof of Work Patrick, Hashing Henry, and many others. Like I mentioned, once you catch beasts at the end of the game, your tribe will win 30K in Bitcoin to be distributed to every tribe member. So Tribe Clash is Pokemon Go for Bitcoin. We will be coming in 2025. You can join the waitlist currently on the website at jippy.app. Jippy is also currently looking for investment, so investors, welcome to you. Please email us at hello@jippy.app to set up a meeting. We would be very excited to talk to you. But there is one more thing. I thought for quite a long time around what would be a really nice way to promote Tribe Clash. And so we have made Bitcoin Beast plushies, limited edition. What comes in the box? One of 21 limited edition randomly chosen plushies from the Tribe Clash game. You also get a Bitcoin Beast player card with stats and education around that beast's education topic. And finally, there's a stats card in the box with a 1 in 21 chance to win $1,000 in Bitcoin. These are limited edition, they are handmade, and the pre-order for these is open today if you head to the website. We're also selling every trading card in a box of 21 for each individual beast, and these are a great gift for no-coiners to educate them on Bitcoin topics, or just as a collector's item for existing Bitcoiners. These are designed to be fun and friendly Bitcoin education you can give to anybody that will excite them about the industry. These are available for pre-order as well on the website. So that's it. Thank you so much. We are so excited to show more coming into early 2025, but for now, that's a little sneak preview. Please pre-order these amazing products that we have available that will be shipping out at the end of the year. Are there any questions about Tribe Clash? Or are you so stunned into silence? I hope that.
All right.
Okay.
Going once, going twice. Okay, so, thank you. At this point in time, let me double check my schedule. At this point in time, we are going to reset the stage up here. It'll take us probably about 5-ish minutes. So you have about 5-ish minutes to walk around, take a break, or stay seated for the panels that are coming up. Thank you. gosh. Yo attempto.
I encourage it.
I appreciate it. We're going to hear next. The panel is called the half panel is called the Bitcoin Technology Stack. And with us today will be Carlos Gita, co-founder of Yopaki. And Uncle Jim with Cascader.
I actually identify as Topher Scott. You can imagine me with a red beard.
Hi, this is Topher Scott. He's a bit Scottish.
On the joke, I'm going in for Topher Scott. You have an expired customer. Yeah.
Is that why he's not here?
I returned the favor. I snuck in.
Oh my gosh. We need to do some random sightseeing on behalf of Topher Scott. All right, but more importantly, the Bitcoin Technology Stack. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right. Let's give it up for Yopaki and for PlebLab. Let's go. Yeah. What a beautiful venue. I feel like I'm in The Godfather right now. It's beer o'clock. Salute, everybody. Let's go.
Salud.
All right, salute. All right, I think this might be the first serious conversation we've ever had.
Yeah.
We're used to just being in the lab late, just making fun of each other's nationality.
Yeah.
So let's see how long we can keep this streak of not doing that alive.
And apparently we cannot use swear words, right?
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta.
Probably you should get them in
rocks.
context on why we know each other.
So, all right, guys, I'm honored to be here. I'm a fill-in for Topher Scott, Brainiac from Austin, Texas. Let's give it up for Carlos Cheetah here. This guy is a true Renaissance man.
Thank you.
This guy is the CTO of Yopaki, and I see him burning the midnight oil. He's full stack. He's doing everything. He's got an actuarial science background. He's got a mathematics background. And one of my favorite stories about him is we were just hanging out in the lab, and some tourist from Germany came into PlebLab and was with his 3 children, and they didn't speak English. He did. We were broing down with the father, and Carlos takes the kids aside and starts speaking German to them and showing them around, entertaining them around the lab. So this guy is true Renaissance man, polyglot. Honored to be here, speaking alongside you, man.
Thank you. That's quite an intro. I can only reciprocate. Next to me is Uncle Jim. He is an electrical engineer or mechanical
Electrical engineer.
Electrical engineer by studies. You started working on that.
I did, yeah.
And he is, after Eric Kaysen, I think of the most based guy that I've ever met.
All right, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can live up to that, but I'll take it.
You're going up. You're going up.
Okay, yeah, my stock is rising.
Yeah, but that guy already has a book, right?
Yeah.
You need to step it up.
I need to write a book. Some people call it a manifesto. I feel like if you're based enough, it's a manifesto. It's not a book, but anyway.
Yeah, something like that.
Fantastic.
And for those that just enter into the stream, Jim is the CEO of Cascader. He's revolutionizing access to AI via Lightning so that we don't have to sell our souls to any of those AI providers. Because AI is really appealing for lots of tasks. But as Jim has already said before, it's just a nightmare. Imagine asking something that goes borderline personal to a computer, right? That computer can actually be scanned by someone else. The logs are there. And they know if you're asking about diabetes, if you're asking about a certain disease that you may inherit, so on and so forth. He is really 100% privacy focused, and I really admire that from you, mate.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, for me, just thinking about Google search is like a nightmare for privacy. So now take that to another level where all of the algorithm the algorithm isn't written by a human, it's written by an AI that's designed to surveil you, all these little details that aren't necessarily picked up by a human and can be picked up. So, as someone that's very focused on privacy, I've had some life experiences, some people in my life that have been burned by lack of privacy. That's very important to me, and that's something that's core to our mission at Cascader is making sure that's private.
Tell me something about it, because I have the bits and pieces, but not straight up. How, from electrical engineer, you got onto Bitcoin, onto software development?
Yeah, so for me, I started with electrical engineering. I had a you know, I had a penchant in high school for physics. My father is a prolific engineer. I'll struggle to fill his shoes, but brilliant guy, and got me interested in physics early. Found I had a knack for it and decided to go into electrical engineering. Went through school, studied electrical engineering and Chinese. You're not the only language aficionado here. Which ironically played a role, you know, the talk I just gave on computational linguistics was relevant. I took courses on that. Noam Chomsky isn't just, you know, a leftist, he's also like a pioneer in computational linguistics. So I took courses based on his books, and that's actually come full circle. It's like the Steve Jobs quote where he says, you never know, you know, he took a course on calligraphy, and that happened to inform the beautiful type fonts that he put in Apple. You know, I feel much of the same way in a lot of ways. So you know, I feel that you and I are similar, that we pursue different intellectual pursuits, and that informs, you know, the way we build now. But I started in electrical engineering. I started getting into embedded systems, which is sort of like a hybrid between electrical engineering, and it incorporates physics, mathematics, computer science, and physical systems. And you know, one of the things, you know, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to kind of give you my answer now. You know, is you know, what about Bitcoin is unique compared to other systems? And I would say, you know, I kind of went on this path where it was hardware, embedded systems, like a hybrid, software, just pure software. And what I found is that pure software can be untethered from physical reality. There's a lot of do-overs. Oh, we'll just patch it in production. Oh, we'll do whatever. When you're dealing with people's money, when you're dealing with physical systems, when you're sending somebody to the moon, when you're designing a lithium-ion battery that can blow up in somebody's pocket, as we've seen, you know, across the world, there's physical consequences. The same goes for Bitcoin. Because we have proof of work, because we have the physics backing the money, there's physical consequences, and so there's much more rigor in the Bitcoin space. And I think that's what really drew me in is, you know, I got pulled into the poo-poo coin space, the crypto space, and then I saw the difference in seriousness from Bitcoin that's imposed by that physical reality, as Michael Saylor discusses, and that's what really resonated with me. But I kind of wanted to pose the same question to you. You know, you've pursued all these other intellectual pursuits. You've pursued, you've worked on Wolfram Alpha, you've done actuarial science, you've worked on bull Bitcoin. You know, what's unique about Bitcoin compared to your other intellectual pursuits and technical projects?
So the first thing that comes to my mind is fear, right? Because you're dealing with real money. It's not like you can just call your bank, call AWS, hey, sorry, can you revert the stupidity that I just performed? Yeah. There is no way back. Right. There is no way back. So you're always a bit wary. And you have the reg test and the test net. But still, coming across those coins, at least here in Mexico, it's even more difficult than coming across actual Bitcoin. So first, it's that, the fear. Then, it's really overwhelming at the very beginning. It's a decentralized system. Everyone has said it. There is no equal. All the analogies that we've got are just partial. You start explaining it's like gold, but digital. At the same time, you can transmit it from one end to of the world to the other. All these analogies are just partial. So getting a grasp of why Bitcoin is difficult to program comes with understanding economics, going back to the root of asking yourself, why does money have value? Why does gold have value? Which is a question that most people, especially those that are over 50, 60 nowadays, cannot answer. I have multiple stories about it. And lastly, is that, to be honest, mate, Bitcoin US sucks. Yep. That's what we are aiming to change at your pocket, masking it for those that are in for the technology and the culture. And only when they are really prepared, they incursion into the technical details, but skimmed.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the physical costs, and I would say almost like in a lot of ways, there's like extremist opinions on how it ought to operate, which I admire. It's not criticism, but that imposes serious UX issues. And as you point out, you know, a lot of how we learn about Bitcoin is like by urban myth. You know, it's like one piecemeal urban myth, and it's like, you know, that's why efforts like what Jippy's doing, what Oliver's doing are critical. What you're doing, you know, you're integrating Jippy with Yopaki. So I think that's tremendously impactful and tremendously important, especially in a space like Mexico, where we really think they need Bitcoin, but maybe they don't necessarily understand, or it's not easily accessible to them.
Yeah, my usual drill, I'm not going to give you guys my usual drill, you can find it probably on Pleb TV, but my usual drill is that the value propositions of Bitcoin don't hold that strongly here in Mexico. If you want to know more about it after we can have drinks, I'll tell you all that. But yeah, we need it, we don't know it. How do we get it into people's hands? And that's just by toiling and making things easier. I mean, do you remember the first time that we were struggling with Albi on Cascada? It's like, okay, it gives me a budget, but then it sends me another budget, so what is a budget? Bitcoin USX is terrible.
It's quite a challenge, and that kind of leads me into my next question. I mean, I think you're partially answering it now. My understanding is that you're using the Breeze SDK in Yopaki. What are the unique challenges to Yopaki, both on a technical level, but maybe even on like a sociological level when you're building for Mexico?
Well, yeah, the easy answer, although the toughest challenge, is people need to write down 12 words. So I think I showed it to you that we make it so that you need to scroll down so that you don't take a screenshot. You can only see 3 words at a time on the Yopaki app. By the way, the QR code to download it on TestFlight is somewhere there, everywhere where you see Yopaki. People should understand that those 12 words, as meaningless as they are on purpose, they are the key to their sovereignty, to their financial sovereignty. So that's the sociological aspect to it. The technical aspect is keeping everything on Lightning. The LSP makes it really easy. You just consume it as a pretty much like as any other web service with a special SDK. You need to know only what the transaction is, not exactly how to program it, who pays, what you're paying for, and how to display it to the user as a developer. And as a user, you just see, okay, I'm going to pay this much that someone requested. I'm going to pay 1 SAT for routing fees, and that's it. The challenge is in communicating these things. There is an important aspect, for instance, when you're going to make so the Breeze LSP works with submarine swaps. Submarine swaps are the exchange between blockchain Bitcoin and Lightning Bitcoin. So in the Yopaki app, you have Lightning Bitcoin. Everything is Lightning Bitcoin to be really easy. But you're going to pay to an on-chain address. So I don't know which UTXOs actually live in the node that you are connected to. So I can only guesstimate the fees at the end.
And that's because it's the Breeze.
Yes.
Breeze is, they're not custodying it. They're using cryptography to kind of have a hybrid where the UX is simple, but there's custody is ultimately on the user. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So, and on the custodial side, because I guess that was, of course, the foundation of Cascada, right? We're never going to ask you for keys. We're never going to ask you for information. How was it for you implementing all these wallets, Albi, and all those other options that we had at the beginning?
Yeah, so shout out to the Albi team. They did a great job with the Bitcoin Connect product. And so we're able to use that. And fundamentally, most of those under the hood are NWC. Even if it says Mutiny, they're technically doing NWC. But they give a lot of options, and so that made the lift a lot lighter for us. I can't even remember what I was doing before that. I think I was using just the Albi browser extension. But Bitcoin Connect makes it a lot easier to where you can provide just provide your NWC string with your budget, and that's a great trade-off with UX. Using a warm wallet with a budget. Fantastic UX. We've had rave reviews on that, so that's been super helpful.
Do you still see your background of an electrical engineer, not just foundational, but do you see it coming every now and then when you're coding?
Yeah, I mean, so my dad is, my dad's a mechanical engineer, but he would work on power plants. He's a thermodynamics expert. He knows a lot about optics. He knows a lot about control systems. And so growing up, he would just say, that's not my job, isn't in your vocabulary. So I've always kind of had that initiative, that drive to the buck stops with you, and you're an entrepreneur, you got to figure it out. And so the electrical engineering background has provided an invaluable foundation for me to understand things like the matrix algebra I was going over in my talk is stuff that I learned for mapping physical systems, right? And now it's just applied to a new thing, but it's kind of, it's the Miyamoto Musashi quote, know the way broadly and you'll see it in all things. I think it all comes back to first principles, and I think that is our strength at Cascader. Luke and I, my co-founder, we have a strong understanding of first principles, and we can apply that rigorously. We're both former combat athletes. I think that type of energy helps. And we're just ruthlessly efficient and aggressive and just pushing forward, always pushing forward, and making our values, our liberty number one, and making money, making wealth for the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to change the topic, but I see some people that may not be technically in the audience. The state of developing in Bitcoin or for Bitcoin nowadays has dramatically changed in the last 2 years. The Lightning Service Protocol, Liquid is becoming much more adopted. Lightning Development Kit, Bitcoin Development Kit, all these things allow you to consume Bitcoin, the blockchain, almost as a web service, just like a regular API call for all those developers that want to incursion into Bitcoin but are feeling the same fear that I felt 4 or 5 years ago. It's much easier now. And with 1,000 sats, which is what, 50 cents of US dollar, you can already start playing around. So don't be afraid. You may lose that money, you may not lose it, but you will gain some the skill of the future. It's programming and sovereign money.
Fantastic. So I want to change gears a little bit here. We got Francisco sitting in the front row. So I want to, as a nerd, I want to kind of do you a solid and get you to pitch me on maybe an experimental feature that Francisco doesn't want you to build yet, but a cool new toy that you want to play with. Tell me about the cool new experimental features you're thinking about with Yopaki.
I've been toying around with the idea of having the proper LNURL experience, the LNURL auth. Right now, I use Phoenix to enter to Stocker News. But Phoenix says nothing about my account in Stocker News, right? So I want at some point to have your some sort of account manager in the Yopaki app that says you logged in to Stocker News here, or because you typed it down yourself because it's anonymous, but still you typed it down. Because I believe that it's part of the UX nightmare, and I want to soften that. But of course, I know what Francisco is going to say. Being a founder myself, it brings no value to
our
business.
All right, Francisco,
at the moment.
putting you on the spot. We're putting this on the roadmap. Q3 2025. Let's go. Let him play. Let him play around. All right.
Yeah. And in Cascader, you've come. How many modules do we have now in Cascader?
I kind of lost count. It's 20 something. It's whatever it takes to get the job done at the end of the day. But we make everything modular, so it's reusable and highly flexible.
And what's the next big thing? What's the thing that motivates you?
So I have two. I announced I have 2 products in the queue. I'd like to keep those secret until they come out.
Okay.
I'll throw you a crazy Ivan, a crazy project. I want to start playing. Somebody posted. Keon posted on Stacker News a link that I sent him. Somebody made a voice agent that can call people. It's called Hagglebot, and it'll just call a hotel and just haggle them until they give you a lower price. So that's such a Bitcoiner-friendly app. So I feel like I gotta find something to play with. And somebody I admire a lot and look up to is Lyle Pratt from Vita. He has like a whole voice agent stack. I kind of want to play around with that and see what I can come up with. Maybe I'll do like a mini hackathon and just try to see what I can ship in like 3 days.
Yeah, that would be cool. A bit dangerous, but cool.
Yeah.
Really cool. I will be looking forward to try it.
Yeah.
Also the Trump bot. The voice Trump bot, mate. We need to do
Voice,
that
oh
one.
yeah, we got to do a voice Trump bot. So those of you that don't know, go to Stacker News, check out Chadbot, CHADBOT. It's a bot that can emulate Trump. So if you, it has numerous other commands, but if you go at Chadbot/Trump mode, it'll just come in and just start arguing and debating against the person that you replied to. So that's one application. It can Eli 5, it can explain something like you're 5. You can give it custom prompts, it can do whatever. Open to suggestions, but it's a fun little application. We had fun with it. The people liked it, so that was great. Especially you. You're an avid user of Chatbot.
I love it.
Yeah.
I freaking love it. So, fading out now, what would be your message for software developers that want to start incursioning into Bitcoin?
I would say try to find an open source project that resonates with you, and if you can't do that, then just start hacking. You know, somebody at the lab, Austin PlebDev, has some great content for getting you from 0 to 1 there. Nifty Nay, somebody else that can help you if you want to do more. You know, if you want to do application focused, maybe Austin's the way to go. If you want to go protocol, if you want to build your own smart contracts, like Topher Scott, my alter ego. If you want to build smart contracts, go her route. But I would say just start seeking out the resources, and I think you learn by doing. I was an electrical engineer for a long time. I learned by doing. I would pour in 8 hours at Fortune 500. I would engineer my entire life to be able to pour in 8 more hours on learning software development, shipping my own software. First couple tries weren't too pretty, but I eventually got the hang of it, and I'm starting to get traction with Cascader, and I'm really excited about that.
Nice. What I would say to the same people is just ask questions, even if you are not a developer. As long as you keep a humble angle. We all started knowing nothing, absolutely nothing. So just keep asking questions, and if you find an answer, don't just stick there. Go ask the same question to another person. Make your own research, create your form your own criteria. But as tough as we, especially toxic maximalists, may seem on Twitter, I mean, we're approachable. It's just the poo-poo coiners that we dislike heavily.
All right, how much do we have time left, or finish up? All right, one last question. Who is a historical figure that you admire a lot? And I know that he's a man of culture, so he's gonna hit me with a good answer.
You know,
I have one if you don't.
Guess mine.
Dostoevsky.
No.
No? All right, I was primed by the Dostoevsky room over here. I don't know.
I expect to do very well here on Earth, so when I go to heaven, I can get an hour-long conversation with John von Neumann.
Okay,
Freaking
von
genius.
Neumann, okay.
Freaking genius.
I mean, this is John von Neumann's world, and we're just living in it.
Yeah, exactly.
And, I was having a conversation with a Bitcoiner the other night. We were at the rooftop, had a couple drinks, and we were just talking about how, there's so much path dependence in technology. And when I say we're living in his world, literally, he was like 5 standard deviations out on the bell curve, and he just put us on the path we're on now. And I think about past civilizations. I think that history is cyclical, and there were past civilizations that had totally different tech stacks. In some ways, they were more primitive. In some ways, they were possibly even better. We have no idea how the Egyptians made the pyramids, right? And I just think about the fact that they had a von Neumann probably that just put them on another path that was just incredible. And just as a technologist, as like a curious person, I want to know what that is, but we'll probably never know.
For those that don't know, John von Neumann was a polymath. He could do everything related to maths, physics, even economics. He co-created a game theory with Morgenstern. And every single computer that you can name, that one, all your phones, all your tablets, the computers in your cars, all of them are based in what we call the von Neumann architecture. Alan Turing is the father of computer science, but the guy that translated it to physical means was John von Neumann, and he's out of this world. Whom would you like to have a conversation with?
So somebody I admire a lot, his name is Oliver Heaviside, so he's not super well known. If you know what a step function is, the other name for that is the Heaviside function. So he's exceptional to me because not only was he brilliant, but he was a ruthless practitioner, and that's something I admire a lot. We would not, we would not understand transmission line physics without him.
Yeah.
He figured out how to actually transmit telegraph across the English Channel and
Yeah.
across the
Yeah.
ocean. And he was lowborn. He was rejected by his peers. He was not allowed into the Academy
pleb.
of Science. He was a pleb, and he found a way. And he essentially figured out we got to put inductance in these lines because there's all this current leaking into the ocean. It's not the same as running it over
Yeah.
land.
Yeah, yeah.
And once we understood that, that revolutionized everything. You could even argue it gave us the fiat system because now we can transmit money over the ocean, right?
Yeah.
But it was tremendously impactful, and he's somebody that was very determined. And I don't even think he got recognition in his lifetime, but his legacy lives on. We have the damn Heaviside function named after him, and we have the telegrapher's equations. We have he rewrote Maxwell's equations. He changed the way we understand that.
In his free time.
And he's a pleb. He's just a pleb that found a way.
Toiled and toiled
So,
and toiled.
so if
the
you're a
right way.
pleb listening, find a way. Take your talents and make the most of them.
That's an awesome sentence to finish with. If you're a pleb, find a way.
All right.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Are we gonna answer questions?
Oh, we have questions? Okay.
Are we gonna answer questions?
Yeah, do we have any questions in the room?
Time, questions.
I think you wrapped it up very well. Congratulations.
We did.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
To once more share out the names, actually call them out for all of our. Happy to have all the builders today with Shopster, Orange Metrics, Shock Wallet, Comet Notes, Branta, Resolver, Jippy, Lightning Bounties, Cascader, Open Agents, Alamo Labs, and of course, PlebLab.org. That is our nonprofit that we just rolled out in August, so you'll be hearing more about that as we move forward. I'd also like to give a shout out and hearty thank you to all of our sponsors. Obviously, you know Yopaki, they've been in the room and helping us out all day.
Thank you.
And right there beneath them is Timestamp. Unchained, LNFi, Tunester, Thriller Bitcoin, Green Candle. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here today, so I'm serving in their place, but we certainly appreciate everything they do for us. Johnny Ochoa with 369 Farm Road, and Open Agents and Plan B Network. So please, once again, if you would, look them up on Twitter and other social media platforms, give them a shout out. Thank you for attending, thank them for being here, and without further delay, let's hear from one of our sponsors. Gentlemen.
Yeah, let's do it. So I want to start off with the room real quick and make this interactive. Who's building on Bitcoin right now and looking for investment? Okay. All right, this is the panel for you. Armand, thank you again for coming to Mexico City to have this talk with me. Tell us a little bit about your background, and then we'll go into your Twitter following much later, because I think that's going to surprise a lot of people. But that's a little thing there. But yeah, tell us about who you are, where you come from, and yeah, timestamp.
Sure. Can everyone hear me in the back? We're good? Excellent. So first off, before I start, I just want to say thank you to Carr and PlebLab for putting this on. This has been great. So can we get a round of applause for Carr? Honestly, Carr is one of the hardest working people in Bitcoin, and he never asks for anything, so he deserves all the praise, honestly. So a little bit about myself. My name is Arman. I'm the founder and CEO of Timestamp. But before I tell you about Timestamp, I'd like to tell you about my journey and how I got to building Timestamp, and maybe some of you founders can relate. So you may have seen on the schedule, it says, my name is Dr. Arman Magurian, or I'm going to kind of break the news.
Here it comes.
I'm going to kind of break the news now. Most of you might know me as Dr. Bitcoin online. So
Yeah, the whole time. The whole
so
time.
I've been just hiding here in the shadows. So the first question I always get is, are you really a doctor? And the answer is yes. Well, I guess I can say now I was a doctor. So I spent most of my life, working to become a doctor and an academic, studying neuroscience and practicing and doing all that. And something funny happened. You may have remembered everything relating to 2020 and the madness that the world experienced. Without rehashing all of that, I wrote a lot about my experiences in Bitcoin Magazine in an article called The Price of Principles, which talked about all the tests that I was having to deal with in terms of individual sovereignty, patient choice, and it got to a point where I decided to step away from that world and pause everything related to medicine and academia. And at that point, I was looking to work on something I loved and something that I was passionate about. And for me, that was Bitcoin. So I dropped everything. I quit my career, my job. I moved to Texas with no plan.
Wow.
No plan, no job, no contacts, nothing. I just moved to Texas. And let me tell you, when they say stay humble, nothing will humble you more than going from the top of a totem pole all the way back to the bottom and starting from the beginning. But if you can drop that ego and listen to people around you, people who have experiences, you get to learn a lot. So that's what I did. I put my ear to the ground. I started talking to a lot of Bitcoiners, technical people, people in Bitcoin mining, all over Bitcoin. And I just learned. I worked for a couple Bitcoin companies doing little bits here and there. I worked with some energy people on some Bitcoin mining projects. And eventually, I saw a problem with the space. And that problem was around the capital markets around the space. So some of you may know now, or you will experience soon, that when you try to build on Bitcoin and you try to start a company and you try to raise funds, you run into issues. There's a clear bottleneck here. So first and foremost, there's only a small handful of people that understand Bitcoin and want to invest in the space. So we're talking VCs, angels, that you're going to go to and that you're going to reach out to. Now, VCs and angels are a mixed bag, just like people. You're going to have good ones, bad ones, helpful ones, unhelpful ones. The problem is it's rather limited. So once you reach that wall and you try to look for investments outside, you all of a sudden get into the fiat world and you're trying to orange pill fiat people on Bitcoin first, then trying to convince them on your company, then trying to finalize on closing a deal and so on and so forth. So it's a brutal, brutal way to live a life starting something and working on something you love. And so that motivated me to start Timestamp. So I wanted to do something that would maximize access to investments into Bitcoin companies and also allow founders to raise from their community. So it was a long journey, maybe 2 years in the making. And now I'm proud to announce that Timestamp is officially registered with the SEC and is a member of FINRA, which means that Bitcoin companies can raise funding from both accredited investors and non-accredited investors from around the world. So hopefully,
It's big. That's big.
Yeah, please, Car.
No, yeah, I was just going to say, I had a chance to meet him in Nashville, and we had a mutual friend, shout out Sahil, and Sahil had nothing but and I love Sahil, and he had nothing but the best to say about you. And he was exactly right. I think one of the things that the more and more I get to talk with Arman, whether it's online in our chat or whether it's just email or even today, I've come to realize that he has the pleb kind of, and I'm not just saying this, but he does have like the builder pleb type of mindset of like, how do we get money to these people? Because some of the biggest problems that we run with when we're trying to build these startups is our family and friends want to invest in us, but there's not a secure way to do that. Can you talk a little bit about how that structure is and why that's important? Because, I mean, yeah.
Sure. So right now we are officially live at timestampfinancial.com. You can also find us on Twitter at timestampbtc. We'll be making formal announcements soon, but I wanted the people here to know first exactly what we're doing. So there are so many things that you have to worry about as a founder. Your own company, your team, the products you're building, your roadmap, et cetera. And then you realize that there's this whole other world of fundraising for your company that you have to actually understand and tackle if your company's going to be successful. So what I want to do with Timestamp is give these founders the tools to be able to fundraise effectively, get their community involved, friends, family, people in their world, and have those people that are supporters become investors. So now they have skin in the game in your company, and it's a different level of support for them, and it's also a different level of support for you. So when you guys go out there into the world, these people are supporting you on a different level than someone that you barely have any contact with or some person that you don't know very well that's investing in you. So we allow you to focus on your business, and we take care of everything else. So we do everything from investor onboarding to document signing, to payment processing, to handling your campaign and fundraising so you can ship it out to the world. One of the key benefits of crowdfunding versus other types of fundraising is the ability to market your company and your campaign to the world. So if you're starting a company, you're raising funds, and you want to get your name out there and get some brand recognition, but also start getting some money in the door, crowdfunding offers a way for you to put that out into the world so people get to know you, people get to invest in you, and it serves as a great marketing tool in addition to a great fundraising tool. One other thing I'd add is I don't see this as a replacement for VCs and angels. They will always have their place. They have different benefits that you can always take advantage of. What I see this as is another tool in your fundraising toolkit. This can always be a part of your fundraise or your entire fundraise, and it allows your community to get involved so that you're not siloed from them in terms of the actual progress of your company's growth.
Yeah, and you guys know this, like coming from PlebLab side, some of the best times of my life have been just inside the lab, working with the builders and helping y'all get to the vision you want. But even more than that is trying to get to that success and whatever that means to y'all, whether it's an Open SATS grant or HRF grant or whether it's, you know, a VC fundraise or, you know, even now with Timestamp, whatever that metric is, whatever you're trying to achieve, this is where like when I see this with what he's making, I'm like, this makes a lot of sense because a lot of the first people who believe in us are our family and friends. Mm-hmm. And they usually have, you know, they're going to believe in the individual. They're going to say, hey, Car, I got 20K, I can invest in your company. Or, hey, Car, I got 50K, I can invest in your company. And to me, it's a lot safer than just adding to that cap table and making a mess of it. Can you talk a little bit about that? Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, go ahead.
So touching on a couple points that Car mentioned here, I think especially true for early founders, you run into some issues when it comes to fundraising because you have such a limited pool of people you can reach out to raise money from. And sometimes they might love your idea, they might love you, they might love your team, but they'll say things like, oh, well, you're too early. Come back to us a little bit later once you have X, Y, and Z. So what happens with a lot of early stage companies is they end up dying on the vine because they're not able to fundraise to get them to that next level so that they are investment worthy from larger VCs that are able to write bigger checks for them. So one of the other benefits of crowdfunding is it can be a great bridge for companies, especially early stage companies, so that they can become investment ready for the next stage of growth. So that's another reason why Car and I get along so well and we're so mission aligned with what they're doing at PlebLab is much like Car, we want to foster the innovation, the early growth stage of these companies and give you guys a chance to be able to grow so that when you're ready, you can go to these VCs, go to these angels and be able to raise a proper fundraising round and get there with the confidence that you've been able to progress through all the hoops and you're ready for that stage.
Yeah, and it just kind of goes back to, I've been doing this for 4 years at this point, and the Lightning space is not what it was in 2021. It was a lot easier to raise. I do think in this day and age, though, where we're at 2024, it's just a tremendous amount of people that want to help you with Bitcoin to get to where you want to be. PlebLab is that. But what's even cooler, I think, that I've seen in the past like 6 to 8, 9 months is this kind of new ways of thinking about how to create value for not only for the builder, but for the person that is spending their time and money and your own resources on to get them there. And I think what we're seeing is just what you're doing and then what maybe the other VCs in the space in general, maybe there's some collaboration that can happen. And I think long tail, we get there because it's tough as nails to do a Bitcoin project, really hard to even try to get to an investment. So the more easier we can make it to where you can have some baby steps, right? And people to lean on. And I think when I think of Timestamp, it's that. Just real quick, there's a couple other people, I think doing something similar to you all, maybe not. What differentiates between what you're doing, Armand, and some of the others in not only just in the Bitcoin space, but even in the tech space?
Yeah, so first and foremost, we're Bitcoin focused, Bitcoin only. That is our entire focus of our platform. Second, we are 100% bootstrapped and 100% independent from any VC funding. So I am a founder that works for founders. We're totally independent from any one particular VC, although we do work with VCs to get them on the platform and see your investments. So we also make our platform very founder friendly. So the way we've set it up is to have zero upfront costs for founders. So anything that you need in terms of getting set up, we'll get you set up with no upfront costs, and we only make our money through commission on your raise. So we only succeed when you succeed. So it is really incentive aligned for us to ensure that you go through the proper protocols to ensure you're compliant and also you have a successful raise, because that is how we make our business. So we are very deliberate in that because we want to make sure that incentives are properly aligned, because for me, that's one of the beauties about Bitcoin itself. It properly aligns incentives between people during transactions and in terms of how they interact with money. So for us, we build our company with that same mindset. We want to make sure our incentives are aligned so that when founders succeed, we succeed. And that's how our entire company is built from the ground up.
Love that, love that. And just talk a little bit about your team and some of the other things that y'all do on, and because already right now you're receiving a lot of attention from individual founders and stuff like that with your waitlist just opening up a couple weeks ago. What is some of the feedback that you're getting early on? And then, yeah, talk a little bit about your team that you're working behind the scenes.
Sure. So we're very blessed to have a great team with us to ensure that founders have the right tools to make sure they could go through this. So our legal team is the best in the business. So our main point of contact, his name is Mark Roderick. He goes by the crowdfunding attorney. He is the preeminent crowdfunding attorney in the US. So when it comes to legal and compliance, we have the best in the entire country working on that. When it comes to the financial side of things, I'm very lucky to have our CFO, Ryan Deedy, with us. He's actually a former hedge fund manager, believe it or not. He left that world to work in Bitcoin. So just like I left medicine to work in Bitcoin, it was, it was meant to be in that regard. So he's been great. And then we have a fantastic development team and a design team that's actually helping work with both investors and founders to make sure that we iterate, just like you guys do on your startup. So we iterate to make sure that the process and also the user experience is optimal. So you mentioned founders. So we are already in the process of onboarding founders. The problem and difficulties that we face and founders might face is that because you're going through SEC and FINRA channels, the bar is very high in terms of what you need to do in terms of the documents, the paperwork, et cetera. So what we're doing now is we're actually streamlining that process and making sure that that onboarding process is as quick and painless as possible and also as cost effective as possible. So in terms of cost effectiveness, as I mentioned, founders, no fees up front. In terms of streamlining that process, we believe founders can get onboarded within less than a month, so long as they actually follow the protocols that we've set in place. So another beautiful thing about crowdfunding is that even before you do all that in terms of filing your paperwork and et cetera, once you sign up to Timestamp as a founder and you start creating your campaign, your pitch to the world, you can actually share that with people in your life and start getting commitments of investments as soon as you're ready. There's nothing stopping you. Completing the paperwork and making sure you're compliant is what gets you from a private launch to a public launch where you can share it to the world. So what's nice is there's a nice stepwise fashion of, okay, I can build my campaign, I can share it with people in my life, see the response, start doing all the legal paperwork and doing all that, and once I'm ready, I can launch it and share it to the world, and at that point, I've already built up enough momentum, and so when it's out to the world, there's some legs to it already, and it's easier to get to the point where you're gonna see that demand flow in from an investment perspective.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's what I loved when we were talking about it earlier, was being able to send a private link that maybe you're not publicizing yet, but maybe you're sending to your whoever it is, your sister, your brother, your mom, or your dad, or whoever, and saying, hey, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take that leap, and I already am using my own money. We'd love to see if you guys believe me to kind of go and seeing what they say, right? Because if it's a no, then you maybe they're like, Carl, you're dreaming. But if it's a yes, then they're like, no, let's up and go, I want to open up because there might be some questions in the audience. Definitely ask. This is the other thing I will say real quick is if you just have a VC question or not even sure what a safe is, I'm not the guy to ask. My gate stops at getting people to launch their companies and being successful getting it, right, Francisco? So there's only a couple people in my wheelhouse, Teresa being one of them, and maybe like one VC that I reach out to, maybe two, to get some advice on this stuff. He's another one. Like, he's neutral.
Yeah.
He has no. That's what I'm trying to say is like, think about that. You guys are all in the chat, so just he's in there.
Yep.
Just hit him up with the dumbest questions. He'll be fine with it. Anyways, just wanted to say that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, please. That's exactly right. I don't own a VC firm. I don't own a syndicate. I don't own any of those things. So I'm completely neutral. And if you have questions about fundraising, whether it's related to Timestamp or not, honestly, there's nothing better than helping founders. I told you this earlier. So when I left medicine and academia, I worked a few jobs here and there, including a couple Bitcoin companies. And it didn't take me very long to realize I am not employable. And I think many of you probably have experienced the same thing. So I did what everyone does. I started my own company, right? But what you realize when you start your own company is you'll always have a boss, right? And when you start your own company, your boss is your customers. Now, lucky for me, I chose the most difficult, demanding customers ever, which is founders. So I have to say, it is one of the most rewarding things to be able to talk to founders because I get inspired to build better products and services when I speak to you guys who are building the products and services that you're building. So we want to make sure that we match a standard that you guys are setting. So, maybe I didn't know that was going to be the case, that my bosses were going to be founders, and I didn't think of it that way initially. But I have to say what a blessing that was, because it's the kind of stuff that inspires you to ascend to a different level in terms of like hard work, discipline, dedication. So this is honestly a thank you to the founders, because you guys drive me to make a better company.
Seriously. So let's open up to questions. Anybody have a question out there? Jim?
What's a project in the Bitcoin space that maybe you're bullish on? Like, what principles can we glean from them that we can maybe
So I'm going to take an angle that is slightly different than what you might normally hear. I'm going to focus on the investment and fundraising side of the business, right? There will be people here that tell you great advice on the technical side, product, marketing, all sorts of things. What I would like to say from an investment standpoint is you want to make sure that when you go to fundraise, whether it's through crowdfunding or through VCs or angels, that your company is an attractive investment to whoever you're speaking to, regardless of your product, regardless of your service. And so for you to do that, you want to make sure that you understand the types of fundraising that you're using, so if it's safes, convertible notes, price rounds, et cetera, and you want to understand the valuations that you're using, the different terms like discount rates, et cetera, because if you don't, no matter how good your product is, no matter how good your team and your company is, an investor will look at you and say, this person doesn't really know what they're doing from a fundraising side of things, and they might actually not invest in you despite how much they love your company. And you also honestly want to be familiar with that side of things because you don't want to get to a point where in the early days, you're taking money just because it's money coming through the door, but you don't really understand the terms that you're taking. And then all of a sudden, 3-4 years down the line, you look at your cap table and you're like, oh my God, I gave away 20% of my company for what? So you really want to understand that fundraising side. And as to what Carr was saying before, if you have any questions or anyone, any founders in here have any questions on that side of thing, I'm very happy to help out on my time and just kind of guide you in the right direction to make sure that you guys are fundraising ready, because that's the goal for, I'm sure that's part of the goal from PlebLab as well.
My thing has always been, since I took over in 23, was like, I just want to get whoever it is in the room that comes to PlebLab to success. And that's it. And whatever that means. And when I see you, it's another value add to that success. You coming into our community, being that person that they can go to and talk to about this stuff is what we really need, don't we, Jim? So like, that's where when I look at it, it's just a total value add all the way around. So, but yeah, it's incredible what you're doing. Any other questions?
Carr, can I?
6 months ago. Where were you 6 months ago?
Hey, you could raise crowdfunding anytime. Just. I do want to ask you a question, Carr, because what we're trying to build at Timestamp is really a community, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think there's anyone better in the Bitcoin space to ask about what's it like building a community. What are some of the lessons you've learned along the way?
So I do this thing called Sunday Orange Flow, and every once in a couple weeks, I will release like my kind of founder blog posts for that week. I haven't done one in the past 3 or 4 weeks, been incredibly busy. But go to Thriller Bitcoin, type in Sunday Orange Flow. You have all of my founder posts for the past 3 years that I've been kind of, and you'll see it. You'll see like where I was learning all this stuff. But to go to the question about the community stuff, I think it just generally comes down to approaching people. You hear this all the time in the space, but approaching people where they're at and not judging, but also realizing, and me realizing how special Jim is, or uniquely special how Francisco is, uniquely special how Oliver is, how Christian is back there, all these found Enrique, like all of these people I've had conversations with individually before we even got to this point, right? It's like, what did I see in them that I knew there was something there that I wanted to be a part of to help them get to where they wanted to be? And I think when I think about community, it's just being that person for everybody individually, and then collectively people just come along for the ride. And I think that's the way, just keep everybody really special. Teresa, I will also say, evens a lot of things out for me, and maybe you can answer this, but like, she's a big part of what we do at PlebLab, and she doesn't get nearly enough credit. But if it wasn't for Teresa, I don't know if I could honestly do this. There's just no way. I think when I think of a startup and a founder, it's like, find a Teresa. Me and Nifty always joke about that all the time. She has a lady named Teresa that helps her too. It's a real thing. Anyways, but that would be my answer.
Yeah, that's great. I think what's great is you come to a place like this You make the trip out here, and immediately you're hit with waves of inspiration. Just people putting their dreams out there into the world, saying, I've paused my life, I've given everything to this thing that I'm building. And I want you guys to know that all of that is heard. Like we hear it, PlebLab hears it, Timestamp hears it. We want to give you guys the tools to succeed and allow you to continue to build in that world and help build towards a Bitcoin standard, right? Because why we built Timestamp is we want people to invest in the Bitcoin standard, right? We want people to move away from their fiat normie jobs and start working on Bitcoin jobs, starting Bitcoin companies. So if we can do anything to help you guys get there, please reach out and we'll be glad to help you.
There's a funny joke in the lab that PlebDev says. He goes, Bitcoin is my equity car. And I think a lot of us fundamentally believe that, and that's why I always say all the time, I think the fastest way to hyper-Bitcoinization is through entrepreneurship. There's no way we can get to hyper-Bitcoinization without people like yourself, people inside this room that are trying to get there. So we need all sorts of people, all sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of hubs, all sorts of places to make that happen. Do you have any other questions?
Hang on, I'm coming back there. Enrique?
Hello. Hi, Enrique from Lightning Mounties. So we're just starting this. We are very new into the space. And for us, or at least for me, it's kind of like just confusing to know what's the right way to raise money, right? So I have actually 3 questions.
Okay.
The first question is, how can I start? What's kind of like the first step for us to get into that? The other 2 questions are kind of related. I want to know what are green flags and red flags that you guys can see for startups?
Okay. So you mean from an investor side, what are some green flags and red flags? That you see? Okay.
Yes.
So first and foremost, I'll address the first question, is you really want to understand when you're starting a company and you're starting to grow into that fundraising stage, how do I actually go about raising money? What are the vehicles I'm going to use to raise that money? What are the terms that I'm going to set when I go try to raise? Now, nowadays, most startup companies, when they're new, they raise via safes or convertible notes. So essentially, when you're starting out, you're so new that there's no way to properly put a valuation on your company. You can decide to put a valuation on your company, but good luck trying to get someone else to agree that that is the valuation. So the classic Silicon Valley way of innovation, they came up with SAFE, so a simple acquisition of future equity. I highly recommend you look up that contract. It's probably one of the easiest contracts you can ever look at. It's 5 pages, there's 3 terms on there, how much they're gonna invest, a valuation cap, and a discount rate. Most companies nowadays, startups, are raising as a C corporation through a SAFE. That's most companies. There are exceptions. Some do it through LLCs, some do other types of raises like convertible notes, but that is a vast majority of the case. Now, once you understand what a SAFE is, you're going to want to understand what the terms are with that SAFE so that when you go to an investor, they look at the terms and they say, okay, this makes sense. So you want to be honest with yourself. This is where it can get tough because you have all these dreams of what you want to build and all these great things that you're doing, but you have to be honest with yourself and say, okay, what stage is my company at? Am I at the idea stage? Am I at the MVP stage? Am I at the product market fit stage, which is way down the line? What I find with a lot of young entrepreneurs, especially first company that you're not familiar with fundraising, is you're trying to raise on your dreams and your vision rather than your current state of reality. Whereas investors are looking at your current state of reality and they want the upside of your vision, right? So if they're looking at you early on, they want to make sure the terms make sense for them to get equity in your company, but also have the upside. So you want to make it attractive enough for them without it completely destroying your cap table and giving away too much of your company. So in terms of green flags and red flags, this also transitions into that conversation. As an investor, a red flag for me is someone that doesn't understand the terms that they're raising on. So someone who's at an idea stage raising at a $10 million valuation, I'd immediately look at that and say, this person might be really smart, but they haven't done their homework here. So that might put me off actually the rest of the company and the vision and the product. So what I would say is, number one, understand the fundraising vehicles, especially safes and convertible notes for early days. Understand how to manage your cap table, because as you go down the line, you want to make sure your cap table is clean so that investors who are writing big checks for you, when they look at the cap table, they say, okay, this makes sense, these terms make sense. There isn't 50 million people on there. And then the last thing I would say is you have to be very confident in why you built your company, where you are now, and where you're going. And that last part is the part that gets people, because when it comes to where you're going, you want to be able to say more than, oh, this is our roadmap, we're going to do the biggest exchange in the world in 2025. You want to be realistic in terms of the milestones you're hitting, but also things like financial projections. And what's interesting, and this I have to give a tip to Ryan, our CFO, what's interesting about things like financial projections on your slide deck, they actually don't care what the numbers are. They want to see how you think about it. What they really care about is your mindset. How did I actually put these numbers together? What assumptions did I make? Because they're going to look at that, and no matter what you put on there, it's just assumptions, and you're predicting out into the future what it's going to look like. So they want to see, does this person understand the market they're in? Do they understand their competitors? Do they understand the market size? Do they understand the growth of that market? So if you are able to put together a pitch that involves, this is why we started it, which is what our mission is, where we are now, all the milestones we've hit, where we plan to go, including some financial projections that have solid baseline for the assumptions, then you start looking at it as an investor and you say, okay, this person clearly has a mission, they're working their tails off to build it, and they have a plan for the future and an understanding of the market they're going into. Now I'm interested in investing. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any others?
All right. I think
right.
that's Startup Day 2024 Mexico City presented by Yo Banking. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for presenting on investing in Bitcoin startups. And yes, as Carr said, we are about to adjourn, but don't go anywhere because the Yopaki party is right after this. And I had a couple of other announcements. I'm trying to think. Just be sure to, there will be food. As I've mentioned, Johnny's going to be he is preparing that. But if you would, remember #FreeSamurai, all of our sponsors, all of our presenters. Shout out PlebLab, #PlebLab, #Startup Day. Thank you for being here. And any questions that you have about what you're working on or another project going forward or coordinating with us in Austin or another place, please reach out to Carr or myself. We are more than happy to help. Thank you again.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.